Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. What a beautiful morning to have you here in Kaunas today. It's my pleasure to introduce you and welcome to WordCamp Lithuania, which finally returns back to Kaunas after a 10-year break. WordCamp first started back in 2006 in San Francisco, and over the years has evolved into community-driven professionals and enthusiasts sharing their hard expertise and know-how from around the globe, organizing the events in over 65 countries and 75 cities. Today, I'm your host, Paulius, and I'm truly honored to be part of this journey together today. Over the course of today's presentations, we will have 10 top-class professionals sharing their hard-earned expertise about workflows, how to implement digital marketing tactics to WordCamp. We will share tips about UX, UI for website design, content creation that converts, page builders, AI, and much more. We will have free practical workshops where our hosts of today will share their expertise on topics such as managing multi-language WordPress setups for developers, SEO plus AI optimization for developers, and workshop about how to make your WordPress more secure. And don't forget, because WordCamp here came today in Lithuania for 2 days, and tomorrow I kindly invite you all to participate in WordCamp Contributors Day. And later tonight, we will have a fun after-party powered by Hostinger, which will be guided downstairs here at the first floor hall. And now, I'd like to take a moment and emphasize the importance of the people who dedicated their time, energy, and passion, who made an extra step to bring back WordCamp to Lithuania. I'm talking about WordPress organizers, and I'm truly honored to invite to the stage one of the WordPress organizers to say a word or two about this event. Please welcome on the stage, Justinas.
Good morning, everyone. How are you today? Good? Great. It's a great pleasure to see many of you gathered here in WordCamp Lithuania. I hope each of you will discover something new and useful today, and perhaps make connections that will grow into something more. I'd like to share an example of my own experience of how WordPress events bring people together. A few years ago, I attended WordCamp Europe in Athens. That's where I met guys from Rocket Science, Šarūnas and Simonas. I had come from the UK. I worked in one of London creative agencies, and they were from Lithuania. A year later, I moved back to Kaunas. We became colleagues, and today I'm here with them as one of the organizers. This really shows the power of the WordPress community. It's not only about technology, but also about collaboration, about people, collaboration, and the opportunities that open up when we come together. So I truly believe that over today and tomorrow, new stories like this will begin here, in this building, in Kaunas. Thank you. Now I would like to invite Justina to say a few words.
Thank you. Good morning. It's a great pleasure to be here. I was preparing to talk in Lithuanian, Silimi. So I have to thank a bunch of people, because some of you know, some of you may not. This is the second WordCamp that we have in Lithuania, and I was honored to help organize the first one. But actually, the story of WordPress community in Lithuania is even older. Firstly, I have to thank all the community, because 1 or 2 or 3 people would not be able to do everything that you see here. So thank you for everyone that been with us from 2003 13 and participated in meetups, in WordCamps, traveled together to other events in Europe, and so on and so on. But firstly, speaking about thank yous, I have to thank the person who started this in Lithuania, in Vilnius, even before it was cool. It is Tomas. I'm not sure if he's here. If you're here and you want to see people to see you, just wave us. So that was the first person that started working here. And then in 2014, it was again not me. It was a person I have to thank. The second one, it was Jonas. Here in Kaunas, he was the engine of starting this all up in Lithuania, and he just took me to help. And in 2014, in WordCamp Europe in Sofia, we just together pressed the button that created the Lithuanian locale for WordPress. And then, of course, my longtime mate, Arūnas, I see you. He was with me and with all of you for many, many years. We organized meetups, even through the COVID. Thank you for all of those who stuck with us, who connected through the online meetups, and we somehow survived that. And today we have the second WordCamp. It was my long-time dream, but I didn't know how to make it happen. So of course I have to thank the people who took this, who made this, and it's of course Simonas, Šarūnas, Justinas, you already see him here, and they made all this happen. You see, it's awesome. So some people took it and did it. So please take it, use it, learn something new. And I hope I'll see you in the next WordCamps and meetups. Thank you.
Thank you, Justinas, and thank you, Justina, and the rest of the organizers of WordCamp that you brought to Lithuania, this event. Let's share and show our love by a round of applause to all the organizers of today. And now, before moving to the official part and our first speaker of the day, it's my honor to show appreciation and love to all our sponsors of today who contributed and made this event possible here in Kaunas. A big thanks to our gold sponsors, Omniscient, Hostinger, our global sponsors, Bluehost, Automatic, A2 Hosting, Woo, and Kinsta, our bronze sponsors, SetupAd, VP Bakery, our silver sponsor, Altumhost. Altumhost for us today, guys, have a special game where downstairs they invite you all to participate in the lottery, and one lucky one, by spinning the fortune wheel, will have the ability to win a supercar Lego set. So if you're a fan of Lego, go ahead and spin the fortune wheel, and who knows, you might win. And big thanks to our local sponsors, including Švyturys, Rocket Science, Lemonhook, Kaunas Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Crafts, and special thanks to Ainespace for conference, visuals, and identity. And big thanks to our sponsor, PowerRabbit, who have us covered today if our phones run low on the energy during the conference or even after the party. And before we kick it off with the first presentation, I'd like to take a moment and share a quick reminder that we do have questions where we have a system, a Slido setup, where you can scan the QR code and ask questions to our speakers, the questions that really matter to you. So scan it or go through the website, slido.com, and enter WordCamp. And now, it is official. It is time for our first speaker of the day, and I'm truly honored to invite to the stage Teemu, senior developer and product owner at Finland's largest WordPress agency ever made. With over 12 years experience in WordPress, he builds custom sites, plugins, and tools, and gives back to the community as a WordCamp organizer. Today, his topic, combining product development mindset to digital agency. Please welcome to the stage, Teemu Suoranta.
Well, good morning, Lithuania. Yeah. Yeah, it's great to be here, and it's great testament to also that when you sometimes say yes to life and say yes to the call to adventure, like you end up in like great places, like here. Like I was in WordCamp Europe before the summer holidays, and I met some people from Hostinger who told like this is happening, and speaker applications are still like open. And I said like, yeah, I'll think about it. But it wasn't just empty words. Like I actually did it the next day. I sent the application, and here I am today, talking about a subject that is really dear to my heart, which is product development, and not just product development from a point of view of somebody who is like actually doing like premium plugins or something, but a point of view of somebody who is actually an agency, which is not mainly a like product business, but we're still like building websites and so on, but like how to actually do product development on the side of that. So again, hi, I'm Teemu. And there's actually like new job title, like it was just like announced this week. So instead of me just being like senior developer and product owner, like nowadays I'm a head of product of Evermage. And that is a title that is not usually used in agencies. Like at least in Finland, like I don't know anybody in a history of like WordPress agencies ever been like head of product. So it's a new territory for me. It's new territory for us. So, but it's an exciting chapter for me. And yeah, I've been doing WordPress stuff like since 2013, like building websites and doing design and contributing to the community, doing the translation of Finnish WordPress and so on. And yeah, from Finland. And the company I work is Evermage, and yeah, we're the biggest WordPress agency in Finland. If you just lay down the facts, like who has the biggest revenue, who has the most people working, and so on. So we're the biggest. But there's a lot of big agencies in Finland doing WordPress. So there's a lot of like good agencies doing that. So I don't want to be like just bragging like we're the biggest, but you know, looking at the facts, like yeah, we are. And I like to start with like sort of defining what a product is, and we used to make fun like years ago, like people like quoting Wikipedia, and then like ChatGPT came around, and then now people are telling like ChatGPT told me something. So now when I quote Wikipedia, it's like seems very legit. So according to Wikipedia, product is an object or system or service made available for consumer use as of the consumer demand. So what we gather from that, and added some emphasis there, so that there cannot be a product that is not built for a consumer need. So that is sort of the main takeaway I'm building towards here. So, and also, like product can be object system service, so it's not just like tangible thing, it's not a license you're selling necessarily. If you are selling like website renewals, you're selling hosting, everything is a product. And if everything is a product and you're selling like website renewals, and it needs to be made for consumer and consumer demand, consumer needs, like it's guiding you to a certain direction that I'm trying to make you understand here. And how agencies normally work is they have this mindset of like, we'll do whatever you want. Like they think like this is the winning strategy, that clients come to you with a list of demands for their new website, like it needs to have this and that and this, and your job as an agency is to like tell like yes, 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 like we can do it all, like anything you want, we can do it. And then the client goes to the next agency and they will say yes, 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 and the third agency will say yes, yes, and yes. And the thing is that you can't really differentiate yourself, like everybody's saying like yes, we can do it all. And then there is the hidden part of that message, like the visible part is, yeah, we'll do whatever you want. But then there's the second part, is that like you must yourself know what you're gonna need, because we'll do just whatever. And to sort of counteract that, like I don't think we fully think in this way, because like what if client comes and asks you to do something illegal? Like, are you gonna just say like yes, yes, yes? Like I hope you don't do that. But what if client comes and asks you something that will be like really harmful for their like search engine visibility? Like, let's add products in a way that they don't have their own pages, just some sort of modal pops up. So you know that, well, this is going to be really bad for the SEO. Aren't you going to speak up and like say to the client that, hey, let's not do it this way? Or then there can be like neutral things, like what if one option is neutral, other option is like beneficial? Wouldn't you be guiding the customer to like do the right thing? And then like a whole different type of approach, which could be the like product mindset. And the sales pitch could go like, we've built solutions for themes like yours. This is what it looks like, and here's how it helps you. So you see, like, this is a whole different approach. We're not saying like, hey, we'll do whatever, but we are sort of trying to guide you and lead you to the right things. And the things we've built are built for customers like you, so we sort of understand who you are and what you need. So it's like a whole different approach. And we're not like saying like, hey, we'll do whatever. We're saying that we'll do the things that actually benefit you. And to that point, like, opinionated is not a bad word. Like, sometimes, at least as developers, we sort of think that being opinionated is a bad word. And I hear a lot of agencies, when they describe like how they do things, like a lot of do this mistake, and I did it too like years ago, was when they tell like, hey, we've made this starter theme. It combines good things for like all the customers we've like worked with. We've spent like 100 hours on it, and that's all good. But then it takes a downwards turn. Then it says, hey, this will in no way restrict like what the sites will look like. This is no opinions what the end result will be. And then like if it's like it will not guide like in any ways what the end result will be, then like what's the point of it? And well, that comes to the mindset of like, hey, we'll do anything. But if we go with we'll guide you to the right things, then we actually do want to be opinionated towards the right things. And when I look at like how agencies are doing internal development, usually the path goes like this. So I made these sort of stairs, like how does internal development go usually? So the bottom stair is like every project is a new adventure. So every time you start a new project, you like start from the scratch. Like you try to find like how should we design this? Should we use Figma? Should we use Photoshop? Should we use PowerPoint? Should we use the old good and pen and paper? Like every time, it's just like starting from complete scratch. And who does this? Like, of course, people starting to make like WordPress sites, like they don't know the way yet. Maybe they've built like 1 or 2 or 3 sites, like they don't know what is the right way just yet. And the other end of spectrum, there can be like big consultant house. Like I know in Finland there is like someone that has like plus 50 million revenue per year. That is like a huge consultant house, but they make like one WordPress website every year. It's not their main thing. So if you do that rarely, websites, like you can't really standardize your things. But we quickly move like upwards from the like every website is a new adventure, because you start noticing that some things work and sometimes don't work, and there are things that you probably always want to do, so you go to the standardization. So for example, you might realize that, hey, every time we build a website, we maybe want to add a SEO plugin on it, because WordPress is missing some SEO stuff. So like that's like one step, and then like another step, like, hey, actually, we prefer to use this SEO plugin over the other ones, because like we like it, we know how to use it, and so on. And this can happen like all across the work, like in development, like choosing plugins and choosing libraries and code languages. You're using, like, I don't know if code languages is the right word, if you're using like CSS or SAS or something like that. But it can be like in this design, for example, like you decide that, hey, every time we're doing design, we actually want to use Figma for all the projects instead of like every designer like deciding like what tool they use. And after we like figured out that, hey, we actually want to standardize some things, then it comes like starters and templates. Because then we sort of realized when we were building websites that, hey, every time we start a new website, like it would make sense to have something to start from, and not like from scratch and then try to standardize it like afterwards. And in development, this means like starter themes. This means like you have some plugin boilerplates. In design, this means that if you're using Figma, for example, you're not starting from a blank page and just like drawing rectangles, but you have something to start from. And what often happens afterwards, like you have your starter theme, for example, you start adding features to it, and then you like realize that some features are so that you don't actually need them in every project, but you might need them like pretty often. Maybe it's like a slider element, maybe it's an event calendar. A lot of sites need them, but not all of sites. And initially you can just like start adding them to the starter template, but then you sort of start bloating it up a bit, like it doesn't feel good to add new features to it if they're like rarely used, and it slows down your enthusiasm to actually create starter stuff. And then you sort of have the idea that, hey, let's actually create a second place for like reusable stuff that we need like sometimes, not every time, but sometimes. And then there is the final step of centralization. So all like the code thus far has been so that every time you start a new project, you copy the starter template and then you build upon it. But then you have like tens of websites that have copied the starter thing, and then you start realizing that, hey, maybe we have some features that we need to now fix for all of our existing sites. Maybe we have some features that we would like to introduce to all of our sites. Maybe we would want to have like a way to deliver centralized things to all of our websites. So that's the top stair thing. And I don't mean it that you stop creating like custom website, custom themes, for example. I mean, you can have some centrally updated plugins, for example, that do the things that way. But one reason I made it stairs like this, I think agencies need to go in this order. You cannot just jump to centralization if you are not like, if you don't, like people are not agreeing that standardization is actually a good thing and something like they want to do. And I'd like to a little bit like then just showcase like at Evermade like what we have done. Like we are building for like bigger enterprise level customers who have their own marketing teams. So a little bit like what sort of problems are we tackling with our product development. And one big thing is the editor experience and content creation flow. So WordPress does like good, like WordPress is good in many things, but the issue with WordPress is that there's like very large audience that WordPress is built upon. And our customer segment is like a specific one. So we try to figure out, are there like ways we could serve our customers better because we know who they are and what they need. So for example, in editor experience, we wanted to create like a recommendation engine that is recommending you like different patterns and designs instead of you needing to start from a blank page and then finding your way to the patterns and picking from pattern menu and pattern category and then the pattern, and then you like needing to go back there and so on. So we want to create, for example, this recommendation engine that just keeps recommending different stuff you could be adding next. And another thing is our customers have like brand manuals. And the way WordPress handles colors is by default, you pick background color, you pick text color. And the issue with that is it can lead to a lot of like color combinations that are not like okay, are not in the brand manual. So instead of using that, we just created this color scheme picker, where you just pick like one color scheme. It colorizes the background, the text, the titles, the buttons, and everything according to what they should look like. We have our own AI assistant, just to integrate some AI features to the editor so that you can actually run prompts. Like, for example, when you're writing, you can like lengthen or shorter or fix spelling mistakes, translate parts of text in the editor without necessarily always going to like ChatGPT and asking it to do stuff. And we have some like statistics of it, like how many times each prompt were used and so on, because for enterprise customers, like we know that the marketing team might need to like show to the executive team like how they're using the AI, and when they have actual numbers, it helps a lot. We've been working with personalization and A/B testing with our like sibling company Liana to bring these to the WordPress, so that you can actually create A/B tests in the WordPress editor. You can have personalized sections so that some users see a section and some users don't, and it can be based, for example, time of the day, language, country, and so on, or just like UTM parameters. So somebody's coming to the website from a Facebook ad or newsletter link, we can show them something special. One thing is integrations. Like we do a lot of integrations for enterprise customers. Like pretty much all of them need like product integration or recruitment integration or event calendar integration. And if you've built any integrations, like you know that eventually they will break. Like they work initially fine, but then there comes a day that just it stops working. And we want to know when it stops working. And we want that the customer knows when it stops working or is working. So we created this monitoring tool that we can actually show in the WordPress dashboard that, hey, these are all the integrations. They're all doing fine. This was the last time that we ran the integrations. If there's a problem, we can send like email to the customer also. Alert to us, like not just email, but the customer can get like a copy of an email when the issue happened, when it was okay afterwards. And we have our care service, which is doing the customer service work and WordPress updates and so on. So we wanted to bring that to the WordPress admin too, that actually when customers log into the WordPress, that they can actually be reminded that it was actually us who built your website. Because like some customers, like they remember like, that they don't remember who did the website. So at least there's like one place showing that, hey, it was us who did that. And if you ever need to contact us, like you can do it this way. You don't need to just send an email. You can actually like do it with this tool, like without leaving the WordPress editor. And you can actually see like some faces. Like it's not just like faceless and nameless customer service, but these are actually like people who are taking care of your website. So what's holding you and us and everybody back on doing this sort of product development? Well, one truth is that product development is often a side quest to everybody. So there is the famous Eisenhower matrix of like showing things that are urgent or not urgent and important and not important. So what is both important and urgent is usually your like customer-facing like tasks, your billable hours. Customer sends a message and you need to answer that. And those are the things that if you don't do it today or this week, like somebody will notice and somebody will ask you like, what's the status of this? Like, why is this not happening? And then there is the things that are important but not urgent. And product development is one thing that goes like there. like there's a lot of other things, like for example, health related. Like I don't need to work out today, I don't need to work out this week, but if I don't work out in a month or 3 months or 6 months, like there's going to be some consequences of that. And same thing with product development. Like you don't need to do it today, you don't need to do it this week, maybe not even this month. But if you don't do it this year and somebody else is like actively doing it, like you are little by little like falling behind. Another issue is making product development only a developer thing. So this can easily happen so that developers among themselves are like building starter themes and so on, but they don't really like talk to designers or trying to get designers on a board. So like that's one reason why the starter template sales pitch goes like, yeah, we spend a lot of time and so on, but like don't worry, it doesn't affect like the design at all. Like because you don't want to like mess with the designers, because designers will feel limited if we tell them like, hey, we want to do it something this way. So that means that you cannot design just like anything, right? And it can be like for sales as well, that we are spending a lot of time doing like product development, but salespeople don't know about it. So salespeople are not really like explaining to potential customers well, like what you have, and you're missing out just because of that. And of course, you can have lack of buy-in from management, so your executive team should be behind that this is a good idea, this is worth spending time on. Because if you don't have this, then you always need to sort of sneak around and find a time to do something and hope nobody notices. When the like executive team and company strategy is behind you, you actually get the support you need to do this. And what can also happen is that you might not yourself believe that you can create anything worthwhile. And I get that, like with WordPress, like there is thousands of plugins, and you won't likely be the first one to create some feature. But like the way I see it, like that's not the point. Like you don't need to be the first one. Like if we go back to the definition of a product, which was for a consumer need and for consumers, so it's for somebody and their needs. Like you can serve somebody and their needs better than some existing product. Like it doesn't need to be the first one to do it. You need to just be like maybe a little bit better than other ones to understand who your customer is, what they want to do to make a difference. And then, of course, like I said, like yeah, you can do whatever, but then there is still another spectrum that maybe you try to do too much or too complex things. So, for example, in WordPress plugin space, if you are looking into like let's build a new form builder plugin, like we know that, for example, Gravity Forms has been around for like over 10 years and spent like who knows how many hours on it, and if you try to like make things that is better than Gravity Forms, like, yeah, that's going to be a lot of work. So you need to sort of pick your battles, at least from like agency point of view. If it's not the main thing you do is the product development, you need to like pick your battles, like what is worth of doing, like what takes like reasonable amount of time to do. And then like how to actually get started. And you might yourself need to take ownership. Like when you feel like this is the way to go, like we need to do this, like you might need to be the one who are like bringing it up in your company and trying to get people aboard, and maybe you need to be the one who like creates the first version of the starter theme or starter template for designers. And you might be saying that, like, why me? Why not like the team lead? Why not the CTO? Why not the CEO who should be like driving this? And you can wait for them to like start, but it's probably like won't happen. Like you might need to take the first steps yourself and then try to get people aboard. And yeah, the second step, like, yeah, get people involved. like it's not a good idea to try to do this alone. Like even as me now as a head of product, it would be like disaster if I were the one who like came up with all the ideas and made all the decisions, because we have like a lot of smart people. Like they see things that I don't see, they have ideas that I don't have, they have experience that I don't have, they have skills that I don't have. So in no way I want to be like the sole source of ideas. So getting people involved is important, and not just like other developers, but getting designers and getting salespeople and getting the management aboard. And of course, understanding the customer. And this is also a little bit tricky, like if your company management is not willing to like make any decisions like who is or isn't our customer. Like that is the critical thing. Like you need to have some idea who is our customer and who is not our customer. Because if you're not willing to do that, like how can you make a product that is for a consumer and their needs if it can be anybody? If you make something that is a little bit for everybody, it easily feels like it's for nobody because it's so generic and unpersonal, like not personal. And there, of course, can be tools to decide like who's the customer, looking at your existing customers and going from there. It can be a strategic thing, like we want to like aim to get these kind of customers in the future and then try to aim for that, like doing our product development that is aimed to get customers like that. And like I said before, like being opinionated. So when you know who your customer is and what they need, like don't be afraid to be opinionated. Like do the things that those customers want, like those things that they need from day to day. And if there is somebody who is not your customer, who doesn't like that, then like why does it matter? Like you're not building this for everybody, you're building this for a specific kind of customer. And then the final thing is sharing your work. And this can be understood in many ways. One is just like for marketing perspective, for example. When you're actually spending time to developing a product, you need to tell people that you have done this. You need to tell people what are the features, what are the pros and for your thing. Like what's the reasons to people to buy this and what's the benefits, how it helps them to do things. And it can even mean just like as open source thing, like sharing your work. Like not everything needs to be company secret. Like in Finland, there have been like agencies who have shared their starter theme, for example, which is sort of like you think like that is a secret thing, but some have shared it openly. Some have shared their plugins that they've made. Like I've done that. I've shared a lot of plugins I've made. I shared some code libraries for like example for sliders and accessible menus and like cookie banners I've made, and I shared them openly. And it doesn't mean that like there's no value because it's shared. Like other people have like stepped in and helped me to develop them further. Like they reported on issues that I didn't notice. They sent pull requests, and those things have moved forward. Yeah, and if you're a kind of person that likes to take like pictures from slides, like this is your moment. Like I made this for you. But do it now if you go like 5, 4, 3, 2. You got it? 2, 1. Yeah, thank you.
Teemu, I appreciate for your insightful and very practical presentation. I just wish you would know how much in unpaid billable hours we spend during our day from answering email. Oh, just do this one. It's 5 minutes work. Yeah, you can do that, you know. Usually we would have questions for you, but unfortunately we are a bit late in the time, running short. We do have gifts from our sponsors. I appreciate for your time, energy you shared with us today. Sponsors gifts and round of applause for Teemu.
Thank you.
And now it is time for our first practical workshop. Before moving forward to our second speaker, I'd like to announce first workshop guided by Dennis Plotnier, a developer, plugin maintainer, and WordPress enthusiast, native German living in Italy. He organizes VP Milan meetups and is passionate about open source and new tech trends. Today, his workshop will be about multi-language WordPress setup for developers. So if you would like to participate in a workshop, please go upstairs to the 5th floor of BLC. You will see signs pointing upstairs. And now, I'm delightful to introduce our second speaker of the day, Paulius, lead product designer at Hostinger, passionate about UX, UI, and product strategy. He is shaping AI tools like Hostinger AI Website Builder. Today, Paulius' topic, less clicks, more impact, streamlining email campaigns through UX. Please welcome with the warmest applause to the stage, Paulius Kolodzeiskis.
Hi. I'll give it up for Teemu again. He's shared some practical advices, which we can all use. So thanks again, Teemu. All right, so less clicks. In terms of the term less clicks is not exactly counting the amount of clicks that you do within UX. Like that used to be like a few years ago, right? Oh, I'm going to save a couple of clicks, and this is going to be better UX. Not really. It's not the amount, but it's the sense of ease that people feel when they go through your products, despite whatever it might be. So that's exactly what we're going to cover today. So in essence, first we're going to kick off with how newcomers view WordPress, because despite our businesses or products or services that we do, there's always someone new that joins that, specifically also WordPress, and also it's a good gateway to any plugin or theme or template or whatever you might be doing in terms of doing it on WordPress. There's still newcomers that are there. With this, we're going to segue into how managing your site can be easy and how extended services that are connected to WordPress can also be a little bit more streamlined. So I have two cases in mind today. One is specifically WordPress itself and how finicky it might be, and how that extends to those services that I mentioned before. Again, thinking about sense of ease is key here. All right, so we can boast numbers for WordPress, right? Like most of us, or some of us might know that almost half the internet is built on WordPress. Like it's 43%, you can't really beat those numbers that easily. It's over almost 500 million of sites done. There's loads of plugins and themes. So for us in the WordPress community, that's not news. We hear things like this from Matt all the time. And for newcomers, these could be like one of those things that people basically want to get into, right? Like, oh, this is like boasting great numbers. So for them, WordPress can appear like, well, for lack of a better word or comparison, like a car manufacturer. Right? We know some of the car manufacturers, but specifically talking about Porsche, for example, they don't really do updates that often, right? Like they don't release a car every year. They don't have like innovative breakthroughs, but they're consistent. Similar to WordPress, like it's been around for a while now. And what Porsche does, other than other manufacturers, offers high customizability. So for instance, if you buy any other car, you can get a selection of like 5 colors. You pick one, you drive out of the dealership, and you see similar cars driving around in the streets. You go like, oh, I have a car like that. With Porsche, you have 1,000 colors to choose from, which is way less likely that you're going to end up with a car that's similar to your neighbors or something like that. So it's similar to WordPress. It offers high customizability, which is a great hook for people that are new to this platform. All right, let's talk about time for a change. So beginners with no like SEO, just to kind of like fiddle around, can spend around 5 hours creating their sites, right? Like they choose a theme, they work around it, they do some fiddling, they get to know these things. So that's about 5 hours. Not great, not terrible. It's just you trying out things without doing any serious work. If you're a bit more akin to WordPress, it takes around 50 hours to get really accustomed to. You know how SEO works now. You know about basic plugins. You know how to fully customize your design and make the site run in a fairly efficient way. And then there's people that really are committed to WordPress, that spend countless hours to do advanced features, maybe even contribute to the platform itself, maybe have something like a members area or an advanced e-commerce. But needless to say, it takes around a month-ish to be really comfortable with WordPress for newcomers from start to finish, where you're really kind of like, oh yeah, I'm going to go change some things, and that's going to be the end of it. If beginners would see these numbers, they would be a little bit more in pain, and it might throw them off, like, I'm going to try something else maybe. Maybe this is not for me. Like seeing 3K hours for you to be really, really efficient might kind of like throw off you from your vision. And this is not even touching the part where you spend time in Reddit forums, where, oh, what do I do? Where do I start? What's the best kind of approach to do? And at some point, somebody's going to write, oh, there's actually a course for that, right? Like you can check out the video, and you're going to know this. But courses also differ. You can spend 10 minutes, half an hour, or in very extreme cases, 5 hours for a course that you can already try playing around with the platform. Again, it's throwing people off, right? So nowadays, modern problems require modern solutions. And I'm going to specifically talk about AI, where adoption is going through the roof slowly, and traditional tools are a little bit more lacking. Because now users expect AI to be within your product. They expect these tiny little minute helpers to be somewhere around the product to get them to adopt quicker. And any traditional tools, similar to like a bare bones WordPress, is not really helping. You're not really guided that well. So still being part of WordPress and really trying to kind of like harness that flexibility that it offers, we can basically turn our attention to AI and those solutions that revolve around it. And the WordPress is not really dissimilar to this. Like we can see over the fence at .com, they already started doing some things, and specifically automatic. They're really experimenting with AI. There's other tools, of course, but I'm using this basically as an example where it's a little bit more on the surface. So there's AI in there, but it helps, but it kind of is not really there in terms of actual sense of ease for users, where mundane tasks could be done in a more efficient manner. So what I'd like to kind of emphasize is Cody, the very first AI assistant on WordPress, where it basically takes away all that mundane tasks that you can procrastinate for days before doing. So what Cody does is basically, if you put your thoughts on paper, you can basically put it on Cody. So let's, hold on, let's go back and see if it plays. No, it doesn't. There's a big mouse there. I'll press the black button. No, it doesn't do anything. All right. Is there something that we can do with playback? Tech people? Hold on, let's bear with us. We're getting an error, which is fine. Hold on, let me take a look. A security concern. Now, this wouldn't happen with Cody. He would solve the security concern. He would basically go like, I got you, man. Let's move forward. Should I try the next thing? Let's see if that works. No, not really. Shame, really. Well, I could cover this in words, and you can try imagine. Let's all close our eyes and imagine how this works. So in this common and faster approach, there's two examples that play out. On the left side, it shows an example how manually this is done. For example, changing prices to offer a discount. So what you have to do is you have to go to products, you have to select either a single or a bundle of your products and go tinkering within details where you select the time frame for a discount. You still need a label, so you have to select that. Already sounds like you're doing some clicks there, right? Like you're clicking around, you're not really there's not really a sense of ease. With Cody, it's basically what you have in your head that, oh, I want to do a discount from this date to this date. If you write that down, he's going to do it for you. So try to imagine that. All right. So how Cody works is a MCP architecture set up in a way where it basically communicates with various servers, for example, WordPress, or if you have a shop like WooCommerce, and it basically picks some MCP agents to come up with a best response for you. And at the very end, that's you. You kind of like had this all information crunched and presented in the most understandable way, and taking action, of course. All right, so basically, Cody is something that we're all familiar with at some point. Like this reminds me of one of the first assistants out there, and it's Clippy. So Clippy basically walked so that Cody could run. All right, switching gears a little bit. So imagine you do all that as a beginner, and you're already accustomed to site creation, and you're doing all these things, and you're getting some traffic, you get some clients, you sell some things, and you want to scale in a sense. So at some point, the users also want to communicate with those clients. So that's where email marketing comes in. Like you set up a site, and then you want to scale, and with email marketing, and you stumble upon the same problem. That you learn all of that, and now you have to learn a new tool, which is an email marketing tool that usually has some editing capabilities. They have their own systems. They have their own phrases. They have their own ways of doing things in terms of compliance and all that good stuff. So when we started working on Reach, which is our email marketing platform, we basically knew all those friction points that users have and worked on them. Because we kind of like thought 3 steps ahead and tried to foresee what users might encounter. So we took a look at the market where on WordPress, of course there's a WordPress plugin. We knew that from day one that we want to do a forms plugin for WordPress where users can collect their contacts and then use it for reach and communication. So usually these plugins have a specific path where the site and the service sometimes communicate with one another, but usually they don't. You need to figure out what an API is. And as a beginner, that might be a little bit of a steep learning curve. So what they usually see is a screen. Pretend this is WordPress. It's a little bit narrowed down, but you basically see 2 buttons. You either connect or paste API. So users usually go, oh, I want to connect my thing. OK, so you sign up to a service. You get dropped to the new platform, but it doesn't know that you're coming from WordPress. It usually greets you as if you're a new user. So it basically greets you and goes like, oh, like do these other things that you're not currently doing. So you have to manually find a place where to connect your site, and WordPress is always tucked down at the very bottom because, well, WordPress has been around. Then you get your API key, but sometimes in these services you get another plugin that you want to connect, or it doesn't recognize that you already have that plugin. So there's another way to add plugins where users are usually also not accustomed to dropping those zip files, and it might feel weird to them. But despite the fact, whether that's there or not, you run back to the very first step again, and now you know that you have an API key. You paste it, and you're done. So this seems like a lot of clicks already. Like roaming around, running around, have to find things you're on your own. It doesn't really like ooze sense of ease. And the very last thing with the check mark, it's not really like this wireframe or illustration. Usually that's what it does. Like, oh, you connected your site. what's next? What do I do now? Those are the thoughts that users usually go through or go through their heads. There's no sense of ease. There's no kind of like this feeling that you're moving forward constantly. All right, in Reach, we took a look at this problem from a WordPress user's perspective, and we tried to battle it. Let's see if this plays. There's loads of videos, and I think none of them work. So we'll have to put our imagination hats again. You see there's a button there. Oh, here, the purple one, the violet one. And you basically click Connect Site, and our service understands because they exchange tokens behind the scenes, and that's how you connect. No jumping around. It just basically refreshes your page, and you're there. So what you can do at Reach, you can create new forms, either with Reach or use another plugin that you already are familiar with to collect new context that way. You can also add those forms that are inheriting your site's style and put it in a new editor, for example, whether it's Block Editor or Elementor, it's up to you. So we offer this flexibility in order for you to fetch those contacts and start your communications with. All right, so despite the video not working, this is how it looks, like the plugin. Oh, there's a bit of a background there, but due to light. So you have your basic overview. You have quick links and your forms. So you don't need to kind of go around out of your way into drop-down menus where all of this is located. You can basically find everything on one page for you to also check out how your remainders are doing, how many contacts that have you gathered since the last time, without ever having the need to leave WordPress's environment, unless you're, of course, creating a template or a campaign already. But you can basically have a glimpse of how's your things doing over there. All right, next one's a big one, since I hope it's working, but it's most certainly not. So it's creation of templates. Again, we're all holding hands and imagining now. So in Reach, we also use AI, where think of a screen where there's only an input field, and you need to lay down your thoughts and see how that works. Like, it basically takes context from your prompt. For example, I wanted to show you a pretty nifty view of how Reach creates a template for Kona sightseeing, which we could see here, but the creation process is kind of fun. It's, again, similar to Cody, where you put in your idea into an input field, and it takes care of the rest, with some tweaks if need be. So with this, it doesn't really randomly generate new templates for you, where colors are off and stuff like that. You can basically assign this to your business, where you can assign this to anything, right? Like your colors, your logos, your image library, all of it is there, which also, again, creates a sense of ease. You only need to set it up once, and you're basically done. The AI always understands that this is your business, and you can create new things. All right. So wrapping things up, because we didn't have any movies to show you, but for beginners, this means that you could spend less time tinkering, right? With using these tools and similar tools for that matter, you can essentially have more time to think about your business, think about your vision, and focus on that more, while leaving all the mundane tasks for AI agents to take care of. For hobbyists who experiment a lot, this could also streamline their processes to find that next experiment quicker. And for devs, and this is a segue to our previous talk where Teemu talked about like ownership and all of that. For devs, this is also could be a pathway to find new solutions where you essentially think a few steps ahead of the user to forego any kind of user experience where you have to not only click around a lot, but you need to understand what you're doing. So AI really helps out with that. So in terms of WordPress and these tools, imagine that WordPress is an apple tree. Well, an old apple tree that you have in your countryside that grandma planted, and now it's there for generations. And you also have this ladder that's also similarly old. So you don't really need to cut off that tree, which is, in this case, WordPress, exchange it to another platform. You only need a new ladder to get to the top and get those fruits. And that's it. All right, so unfortunately, the videos didn't work, but you can find us downstairs in the booth, and I'll show you all about it. There's multiple people there that will go, oh, look at this next new thing that you can streamline your processes with. Play a game as well. Hello.
Paulus, I appreciate for your presentation today. Paulus by Paulus.
There's a lot of things.
Let's see what people are asking you on Slido, because we have some time. Unfortunately, your videos didn't show up. Question. Can you share your biggest challenge, or maybe a story, a fail story, of course, we are most interested in, when creating hosting your reach as a product? You know, like a lot of testing, funny moments, or you can share a story.
I don't think I can share the funny moments.
Well.
Because, well, it's our funny moments.
Oh.
But challenges, right? Oh, I can give this to you. There we go. Go nuts. Challenges. In terms of UX, we created Reach in record time. And I think it was a month-ish, like similar to how long it gets acquainted, like users get acquainted to WordPress, like beginners. So we create a whole new service for this. In terms of UX, there's a lot of cutting corners. But again, if you think ahead how you're going to iterate, that's fairly easy to do. So for example, you cut a corner here, but you know that with the next update, you're going to get it. Well, not the very next, but somewhere down the line, you're going to update the whole area. And you can also put in that quick win. And it's effective testing, talking to a lot of people beforehand, even before you put the first pixel in there. It's understanding the users first. Like, all right, what's the need for you? Like, how can we make this easy? And from a product design perspective, this was pivotal because we knew that we want to do this tool where it's intuitively understandable. So wherever you are within Reach, for example, like you're within campaigns, within your home screen or something like that, it's always understandable where you are. And that was one of the foundations that we did. So we did some corner cutting here and there, but we're now kind of like resuming work and building on top of this. So creating a tool like this in record speed required a lot of thinking forward, which actually really helped. And we're bearing fruits of it. Users are happy with the UX. One of the more positive feedback that we get is that it's intuitive and it's easy to use.
Paulus, I appreciate and thank you very much for sharing this beautiful story. We do have special gifts from our sponsors today. Thank you for your time, passion, and applause.
Thanks so much.
And now we just had several speakers, and one workshop is still going on. So if you would like, you can join workshop upstairs. And now I would like to kick it off with our first coffee break to grab some beverages, have a good conversations, snacks, and I'll see you back 11:30. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your host, Paulius. I'd like to invite you upstairs to proceed with our next speaker of the day. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Paulius, your host. I invite you upstairs. We will proceed with a third speaker in 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, it's good to have you back. I hope coffee and snacks were delicious. You made some new connections, did some networking, and it is time for our next speaker of the day. But before I continue, I'd like to emphasize and encourage you to ask questions for our speakers by going to slido.com and entering WordCamp. And I'm delighted to introduce our third speaker of the day. Meet Zemyna, a digital marketer with over 10 years of experience in affiliate and partnership marketing. She helps WordPress-connected products grow through impactful, sustainable collaborations and loves sharing practical insights with the community. Today, her topic, affiliate marketing for WordPress creators, a practical guide to earning from what you know. Please welcome on the stage, Zemyna. The stage is yours.
Buddhas. Okay, welcome. My name is Zemyna, and most of you already recommend tools, I believe. So today we'll make sure that you are not leaving money on the table. Our topic, affiliate marketing for WordPress creators, a practical guide to earning from what you already know. So why this topic? While participating in WordCamps and talking with web developers, I understood one thing. They do not know how to get passive income from the things they already do. OK, quick show of hands. Who recommended a plugin, a hosting to a client, or just a friend of yours in the last month? That's what I thought. As WordPress builders, you are applied experts right after the vendor, the brand. You have the best knowledge, actually. You install, you configure, you migrate, and you support these tools in the real world. That's why your recommendations convert. You see what breaks on update, what conflicts with caches, builders, and which stacks actually play nice together. You are vendor agnostic. You match tool, use case, budget. You are not making any marketing claims. You advise at the moment of purchase. Client asks you right before they buy. Your word is the last mile. But most of you are leaving money on the table, right? You create real value with your guidance, with your knowledge, but the brand is the only one getting paid. Affiliate marketing is not just for influencers, as you imagine. You don't need a huge audience. You only need your project checklist, your resource page, a proposal footnote, or just an offline document with disclosed affiliate links, of course, which can outperform a big influencer post because trust plus timing wins. In the few next minutes, what affiliate actually is, how you can earn, and where to find and how to choose solid programs for the tools you already use. So I hope that everyone knows what affiliate marketing is, right? OK, so friendly reminder here. Affiliate marketing is when you recommend a product using a trackable link or a code. And if someone buys because of your recommendation, the brand vendor pays you a commission. So how does it work? First, shareable or trackable link or a code. An affiliate link is just a simple URL product link with partner ID on it because you need to recognize whom to attribute the sale. Important thing to mention that tracking typically uses a cookie window. So it can vary from 14 days to 90 days, and it really depends on the product. If they buy, the brand pays you a commission. So you need to understand that client of yours, if you recommend the plugin, is not paying on top of the price. And there are few different models of how you earn. And on the next slide, let's check what are those models. So CPA is cost per acquisition, and most of the time it's one-time sale. So what it is, you earn a % of the order value or a flat bounty once per sale. Where you can find this model, so mostly it's on plugins, themes, one-time licenses, lifetime deals, add-ons, and so on. So simple math. $99 plugin At 30% of commissions, it's $29.70 to you. Flat deals might pay you from $20 to $50 per sale. Pros, well, fast payout, simple to explain, great for setup guide or tools we use. But be careful and watch for cookie window. Take a look how long is the period of the attributed sale which can happen. Also, look for lock period for refunds, discounting, link plus code rules, but we'll take a look at it a bit later. WordPress example, our WooCommerce paid stack. So it can be a post on your website if you have one, with affiliate links to Cache, Image Optimizer, and CDN, for example, and each sale pays you once. The second model is revenue share, and most of the time it's recurring. So what it is, it's you earn a % of ongoing subscription every billing cycle. So if it's a monthly subscription, maybe it's an annual subscription, but still, it's reoccurring. Where it fits, so hosting, security, backup, SaaS, analytics, maybe form or add-ons, page builder subscriptions, there are lots of examples. Simple math, again, $20 per month at 20% commissions, and you get $4 per month, which looks really small, right? But if you have 25 clients staying 12 months, it's $1,200 per year. So pros, it compounds over time, turns your client maintenance into predictable income. What you should look for and watch out for, first year only. Because it's better to have lifetime commissions than first year only. Also look at the churn, thresholds before payouts, because some of them are crazy high, and you will not get paid without reaching, let's say, $400. And if the subscription is very low, well, you'll have to work a lot for that. WordPress example, manage WordPress hosting or rev share, so every client you onboard builds your monthly floor. Cost per lead, so it's paid for qualified lead. It can pay you for sign up to newsletter, trial, demo, anything like that. It's less common for classic WordPress plugins. It's more for higher ticket tools or services, but it can fit enterprise plugins, headless commerce platforms, premium services. Again, simple math, $15 per qualified lead, right? 50 trials, $750 regardless of close. Pros, you get paid earlier in the funnel, useful when sales cycles are long, but watch for leads quality. Geographical, company size, maybe no incentivized deals, validation window, everything. Just read what's written. WordPress example, demo bookings for enterprise forms, automation suite, for example, via your tutorial. Of course, there are some hybrid models like CPA plus booster when you, let's say, are getting paid more if you reach 50 sales per month, or RevShare plus floor, there is a minimum account, or where CPL leads to CPA. There are lots of things where you can negotiate. When to use it, actually? So bigger partners, or when you're providing content and whitelisting, so just negotiate with the brand. OK, so now you know a bit how to earn. Let's check why it's good for agencies and web developers. So first, you already influence purchase decisions at the moment of the need. You are at the extra second a client must choose plugin or hosting, and checkout is just one click away. That last mile advice converts better than any ad. Example, client asks, which cache plugin won't break my builder? And you've seen it 20 times already. You point to the right one, and you explain why. So quick tip, put your affiliate link in the proposal, in an implementation checklist, or just a handover doc where decision happens. Second, you explain how to use tools. Maybe you already make tutorials, setups, stacks. You don't just name a tool, you ship it. your setup guides, before and after screenshots, and our stack for security, for example, make buying feel safe. Quick tip, reuse the same guides on your blog if you have one, client portal if you have one, an onboarding email with a clear disclosure, and tie the affiliate links. The third one, your recommendations feel earned, not just ads. Clients pay you to make a good choice, right? That trust equals higher conversion and a lower friction. You are vendor agnostic. You match tool, use case, budget, not hype. Example placement, small tools we use, box at the end of a case study, for example, of your previous client, of your existing client, not a banner ad. You already ship a default stack. Most builds start with the starter kit, right? So cache, backup, forms, security, analytics, maybe a page builder. Clients often don't even ask. You just install what you trust. That effectively is a silent recommendation. Make it intentional. Document your stack and attach disclosed affiliate links so procurement and renewals are clear and ethical. Okay, so now we talked about theoretical things, but how to choose those right programs. How should I start, you ask, right? So start with your stack, with the tools you already use. You'll convert fastest with the tools you already install. Make a list of, let's say, 10 plugins, themes, hostings, anything you trust. Go to each site, and at the footer or in the headline, look for affiliate partner referral program. If you don't see it, just Google it. Come on, everyone knows how to Google it, right? If still nothing, just email them. You are a real WordPress implementer. Many developer-led brands will set up you a simple referral link. Second possibility is to use networks. There are lots of programs which has directories of brands who have affiliate programs. Avon, Impact, CJ, PartnerStack, Affiliate WP, all of them have directories. So just filter them or look for a brand you are looking for, and that is it. Also, you can look at the marketplaces like Envato, TeamForest, but most oftenly it happens via networks. There is no program? Well, if nothing exists, propose a simple referral. Just contact the brand and ask for a tracked link plus coupon code, and most of them will say yes, if you show where you'll place it. Okay. Sorry, I'm a bit nervous. Okay. So, still curious how to choose the right program, right? So let's move forward and how to understand which program is the right one for you. So pick affiliate program as you pick dependencies. On your case, fit, UX, contract, tooling, rules. In my case, or affiliate marketing case, it's fit, conversion, terms, support, and compliance. You don't need to be a marketer for that. Choose affiliate programs the way you choose a plugin or a hosting. Fit. Will it work with your typical projects and clients? Pick tools you already install. Do they solve your common use cases and fit your clients' budgets and skills? Second one is UX, or affiliate marketing conversion. Can a non-tech client understand the page and buy without it? So when you use a referral link, you are landing your clients somewhere. So do they understand that landing page? Do they understand the checkout page? Is it simple? Click through it, click through the buying process yourself, and if it confuses you, it will confuse the client. Third one, contract or terms. Take a look at what are the commissions? What is the cookie length? What is payout? Is it even make sense, like an SLA you can rely on? just for a sanity of yours, check commission percentage, cookie length, lock refund period, and whatever like rev share is lifetime or first year only. Fourth is tooling or support. So do they give you the hooks? Do they prepare you a creatives you can use maybe? Are there any deep links? Can you land your client to the right page you need? Because some of the brands they're using, they have like 5 plugins, right? So if you will land them in the home page, they will not understand which one to choose. You have to land them exactly on the plugin page you are recommending. Also, human contact, it's very important because sometimes you need more understanding of that. So if there is no human contact, it's going to be complicated. And the fifth one is rules or compliance. So any restrictions you can accidentally violate. Just read the fine print of terms and conditions. If you don't understand, ask. So I recommend actually to score each program of your chosen 10 tools or plugins. Score from 0 to 2 on fit, conversion, terms, support, compliance. If it fits more than 7, test it. If it's below 6, I would park it. And now that you know how to pick programs, here are the simple guardrails that keep your recommendations trustworthy and legal, of course. Whether you actively create content or just drop your default stack in a handover doc, because it matters. Legal things matter. Even if you only add links in a proposal, checklist, or handover email, and it's not publicly published, that's still a requirement. Most of countries require the clear disclosure. Doing this keeps clients' trust high and keeps you safe. So please, be explicit. Put a short note near the top or near the links, and it's 1 sentence away. Heads up, some links are affiliate. If you buy, we may earn some commissions at no extra cost for you. So this doesn't change the price for the client. It's just for transparency. Also, tag links correctly. For the web, mark affiliate links as sponsored so search engines know that it's a paid relationship. In the WordPress editor, you can, as I know, select links, settings, and type rel URL, and type sponsored. So there is a saying that it's not, well, it will give you commissions. So just follow examples. Recommend what you actually ship. Stick to the tools you understand and be honest about it. And there's a big myth going on around that you need a blog or big audience to work with affiliate marketing. Well, reality is that web developers and agencies already influence purchase in quieter places, like emails, proposals, handover docs, resource pages, and even short demos. So put your disclosed links, the trackable links, which I mentioned before, where decision actually happened. Make email mini guide. Like after the launch, send a short tools powering your site email. It works because clients already about to buy, right? And that one linear at the top, some links are affiliate, it doesn't give any extra cost for you. What you can use also, it's like a resource page. Open a Notion page, a living, let's say, tools we use, tools we trust page. Link it in proposals, in onboarding emails, so clients can self-serve licenses later. And update as your stack evolves. You can also do short demos. I believe some of you are already doing some Loom videos showing client how to monitor the plugin or something like that. Again, make it a Loom and put it on your stack. It can also be a private doc, like last mile purchase, let's say, proposals, build checklists, onboarding emails. These still count as recommendations. And communities, GitHub, if you're already talking about the plugin, if you're already recommending the plugin or the hosting, you can do that. You can add the link, and you can get a passive income from these things. So you're already recommending tools, and you can actually set up your affiliate or passive incomes in just one weekend. Put trackable, disclosed links exactly where the client decides what to buy. List those 10 tools, set up referral codes, apply to those programs, place links where decisions happen. It can be an existing website, if you have one. It can be an offline document, which you can send to your clients or potential clients, right? You don't have a content? Well, write just 2 evergreen pieces you can stand behind. One maybe setup migration guide, one comparison guide, case study from your real work. You just need to document something. You don't have no offline docs? Well, create one-page PDF with recommended tools. And you can have it always somewhere place where you can access easily. No web, no docs, just right now? Well, make a quick access link bank. When you are talking with a potential client, you can just grab a link and share with him. Add disclosure. This is very important. Legal matters. But if you are the one buying, client doesn't purchase themselves, that's a pity, because most programs ban self-referrals. So this is one of the things you should check and understand before applying to affiliate program. If you buy with your own affiliate link, they can reverse the commission. So there is a better option. Have the client check out himself via your track link, or ask the vendor if there is an agency or reseller or partner agreement which you can participate in. Okay. So I mentioned that most affiliate programs ban self-referrals, and I think it got you confused, right? So that was my intention, because if you buy with your own link, the commissions can be reversed. Reseller agency programs are built for your use case. You choose, you purchase, you support. And it's kind of affiliate program, but it's not affiliate program. So how it works? You enroll to an agency or reseller program. The vendor gives you a discount for the license most of the time. You buy the license for the client. You invoice the client at the list price or with your discount. It's up to you. Quick example, quick math. So plugin license, $199. Agency discounts varies approximately to 30%. So your cost for the license will be $139.90. At 59.7 margin if you bill $199. So why it's similar to affiliates? In both, you are rewarded for steering customer to the right tool. You still need clear, honest communication about what you use and why. And is there anything you can do wrong in affiliate marketing? Yes. Lots of things can happen. So again, read partner terms and conditions. Look what are the legal requirements. Understand the rules. If you don't understand them, ask affiliate managers which work with the brand. They need to show you examples on how it works. So follow program rules. And for the last, I prepared you a 90 days roadmap for your passive income. So why it matters? You already influence purchases. And in 90 days, you can place honest, disclosed recommendations where clients actually decide. And you can start from a small recurring baseline that grows. Month 1 is actually the weekend setup you can put in just a few days, unless you don't have a content, so it takes a bit more time. Second month is for you to publish and prove, make evergreen assets from your real work. You're already working with a client. Use that. Show it. You can, of course, make videos. You can blur the names if you want. But this is something you can share with your potential clients. Month-free, scale, and automate. That's why email marketing is quite important also, to have that subscription list with whom you can share what you already recommend. So use just simple, passive actions you can add to your work, to your daily work you already do. Just document it. And yeah, so we covered a lot. I had, there's so much I didn't add and didn't explain, and I am happy to go deep on program choice, on affiliate versus agency, or attribution, or where to place recommendations. So if you have questions, this is the time now. Yeah. Okay. So thank you, and let's connect if you want to.
Stay for a second,
Okay.
Zemyna. I do have some questions. Unfortunately, they only come from Slack. So,
Okay.
I appreciate for your presentation. It was very informative, very practical about affiliate marketing. We do have a couple of questions. One would be about from your own experience, what would be the best strategy or channel for generating traffic for affiliate marketing?
So it really depends. If you are a web developer, for example, most of developers, I didn't see that they have or website, right? So they don't have blogs where to put articles and those trackable links. But they can create offline documents to share with potential clients. They can just have a link, or GitHub, as I mentioned, in community. And also, email marketing is something really important, because when you have your subscribers, you can share your knowledge with them and make your passive income.
How big email list do you think you need to have?
There is no such big or small. It really depends on the quality of those subscribers, right? So.
Okay, fair point. Another question sounds like this. What WordPress product types would be the best for selling in affiliate marketing from your own experience?
So I think hostings are one of the biggest money makers, because they cost a lot. But in most cases, hostings have only first year and one-time payout. So look for that. Others, big booking plugins, for example, also, because they have subscriptions, so it's recurring. It really depends on what you already work with.
Okay, thank you for sharing your expertise. Thank you for your time today. We do have gifts from our sponsors, and round of applause goes to Zemyna.
Yeah. Ačiū.
And now, without further ado, I'm delighted to introduce our fourth speaker of the day. Meet Deimante, a marketing specialist with over 15 years of experience focusing on web development, SEO, and Google Ads over the past 5 years. Today, Deimante's topic, Goodbye Plugins, Hello AI, presentation will be in Lithuanian. Please welcome on the stage, with the warmest applause, Deimante Smite. The stage is yours.
Galite dabar jau tikrai žinau, kad girdit. Tai laba diena dar kartą. Goodbye plugins, hello AI. Tai yra mano šios dienos pranešimo tema ir tikriausiai vienintelis sakinys anglų kalba, kurį šiandien ištarsiu, dėl labai paprastos priežasties. Šiandien yra mano debiutas kaip pranešimo skaitytojos konferencijoje ir nusprendžiau nerizikuoti ir nedaryti jo anglų kalba. So I'm very sorry for those who won't understand me, because I'm gonna speak in Lithuanian just because I'm too afraid to speak in English with my kind of broken English. Šiandien noriu pasidalinti savo patirtimi, kaip įskiepius aš nusprendžiau pakeisti dirbtiniu intelektu. Šiek tiek paprieštarausiu, net nepaprieštarausiu. Šiek tiek gal net ir papildysiu prieš tai pasisakiusią kolegę, kad pluginai yra tikrai labai naudingas dalykas, bet ne su auditorija, su kuria aš dirbu. Iš esmės, aš esu marketingistė pagal išsilavinimą ir kaip kažkada viena mano darbdavė pasakė, ir pagal prigimtį. Ir į svetainių kūrimą atėjau per savo asmeninę patirtį. Kažkada turėjau visai nedidelį verslą, prekiavau drabužiais, ilgą laiką prekiavau tiesiog socialiniuose tinkluose ir kartą man pasiūlė barterių sukurti elektroninę parduotuvę. Tai atrodo kaip didžiulis išsigelbėjimas ir sukūrus tą elektroninę parduotuvę apie ją aš sužinojau tiek, kaip įkelti naują produktą. Tikėjausi, kad atidarius elektroninę parduotuvę, pardavimai plus, bet stebuklas kažkaip neįvyko ir pradžioje aš aišku nesupratau, kodėl. Pradėjau domėtis ir atradau tokią sritį kaip SEO. Supratau, kad mano svetainė, tikrų elektroninė parduotuvė, nėra optimizuota ir, ji nedirba, ji tiesiog egzistuoja. Taip truputį po truputį aš pradėjau mokytis optimizavimo ir vėliau supratau, kad norint kažką tai daryti savo svetainėje, reikia mokėti su ją dirbti, ne tik tai optimizuoti, bet ir ją plėsti, kurti, tobulinti ir panašiai. Tuo metu aš priklausiau Lietuvos kūrėjų klubui. Ir ten susipažinau su labai daug solo verslų, kūrėjų, amatininkų, kurie susidurdavo su ta pačia problema kaip ir aš. Jie turėjo mažus biudžetus ir didelius norus. Ir jokia agentūra nenorėdavo apsimti kliento, kuris turi mažą biudžetą ir dažniausiai visi sukdavosi tose pačiose girnose. Jeigu ir pavykdavo susikurti kokią nors nedidelę elektroninę parduotuvę, tai iš esmės jie nedirbdavo ir veikdavo tik tai tiek, kiek klientui nusiųsdavom linką ir sakydavom, va čia va galite įsigyti tokį ir tokį produktą. Tai po truputį aš nusprendžiau, jog pradėsiu teikti SEO specialistės paslaugas ir kaip normali marketingistė įsivardinau auditoriją, su kuria aš noriu dirbti. Tai buvo solo verslai ir maži kūrėjai, nes iš tokios asmeninės patirties labai norėjosi jiems padėti. Tai po truputį aš, aišku, pradėjau svetainių kūrimo mokintis pati. Ir tokią frazę, kurią matote čia, noriu tikėti, kad ekrane esu išvydus ne aš vienintelė, nes mokiausi iš tikrai labai daug klaidų, nes svetainės kūriau su YouTube konsultacija, nes tuo metu tokio kaip ChatGPT ir apskritai dirbtinio intelekto dar nebuvo ir tikrai neturėjau su kuo pasitarti, neturėjau kolegų, neturėjau nieko, tik tai žiauriai didelį norą išmokti. Labai daug mokytis, labai daug klysti. Šitą frazę, kai pirmą kartą ją pamačiau ekrane, tikrai padovanojo man ne vieną žilą plauką, ne vieną sudegintą nervų ląstelę, nes neturėjau kam paskambinti, neturėjau kam parašyti ir paklausti, o ką dabar, nes svetainė tiesiog neatsidaro ir neveikia. Taip besimokydama, truputį po truputį, aš pradėjau dirbti su klientais, kurie pasitikėjo manimi dėl to, kad aš jam galėjau pasiūlyti paslaugą. Aš jam galėjau pasiūlyti paslaugą, kurios jie negalėjo įsigyti agentūrose ar pas labai stipriai pažengusius kūrėjus, kurie tiesiog prašydavo didesnių biudžetų. Ir kurį laiką, iš tikrųjų, vien faktas, kad aš sukurdavau elektroninę parduotuvę, ją optimizuodavau ir pajungdavau tiek, kad ji galėtų veikti, ir tiesą pasakius, mes labai neblogų rezultatų pasiekdavom su labai nedideliais biudžetais, buvo viskas gerai. Kol neatsirado klientų, kurie buvo didesni ir poreikiai jų buvo irgi didesni. Ir tada ateina klientas tuo metu su šiek tiek gąsdinančiomis užduotimis, kurios dabar, aišku, tiek negąsdina, bet karjeros pradžioje ateina su prašymu. Labai paprasta užduotis. Tai buvo kompanija, kuri prekiavo sauskelnėmis vaikams. Užduotis buvo labai paprasta. Nori, kad prekes būtų galima įsigyti kaip vienetus ir dėžėmis. Kad įsigijus dėžę sumažėtų likučiai ir vienetų. Įsigijus vienetą sumažėtų likučiai taip, kad galbūt nebegali sandėlys suformuoti dėžės ir negali parduoti. Perkant dėžę, vadinamą prekių rinkinį, turėtų būti pridedamos nemokamos dovanos, suformuojamas nemokamas siuntimas ir tai turėtų būti suderinama su logistikos kompanija. Iš karto supratau, kad realiai tai nelabai galiu ką padaryti, bet esu žmogus, kuris klysta be daro. Pradėjau daryti ir supratau, kad aišku, čia be pluginų aš neapsieisiu. Tada įdegiau vieną pluginą tam, kad mes suformuotume prekių rinkinį. Aišku, tai buvo labai didelis ir labai sunkus pluginas. Tada įdėgiam kitą, kuris leistų įdėti porą dovanų nusipirkus tam tikrą prekę. Tada dar vieną įdėgiam, kad kažkokias tai nuolaidas būtų galima suformuoti. Ir iš esmės užduotį aš įgyvendinau. Elektroninė parduotuvė veikia, logistai daugiau mažiau irgi suprasdavo, kokia prekė yra nupirkta ir galėdavo supakuoti ją ir išsiųsti. Bet buvo viena labai nedidelė problema. Svetainė, elektroninė parduotuvė krovė taip lėtai, kad mes iš karto padarėm lojalių klientų atranką. Nes tikrai tik tai lojalus klientas galėjo turėti tiek kantrybės, kad išlauktų, jog tą elektroninę parduotuvę užkrautų ir būtų galima įsigyti prekę. Keista, man iš tikrųjų keista, bet elektroninė parduotuvė visai sėkmingai veikia. Mes pajungiam dar Google Adsus ir pardavimai vyko. O klientą, kaip gera marketingistė, aš įtikinau, kad viskas čia normalu. Ir kreiptis mums dabar kokius programuotojus būtų žiauriai per brangu. Ir ta investicija nebūtinai atsipirktų, o ir šiaip jūsų norai dideli, o įgyvenimo galimybės tokios ribotos. Tai gal paliekam viską taip, kaip yra. Ir mes palikom, viskas veikia. Ir aš jaučiausi užsidėjus dar vieną varnelę, išmokus kažką naujo, bet visą laiką man kabėjo tas momentas, kadangi labai mėgstu savo klientų rezultatus sekti ir žiūrėti, kaip jiems sekasi, palaikyti su jais ryšį. Ir suprasdavau, kad elektroninė parduotuvė nėra tokia, kur galėčiau dėti savo portfolio ir sakyti, štai, sukūriau. Bet mes dirbom, aš kūriau toliau elektroninės parduotuvės ir tada į sceną įžengė klientas, kuriam reikėjo B2B sprendimo. Kaip ir minėjau, mano klientai yra tie, kurie turi sąlyginai nedidelius biudžetus ir jų dažniausiai ištariama frazė, mums reikia žiauriai paprastai, kad būtų kuo mažesnis biudžetas. Iš esmės, kai man paskambino ir paklausė, ar aš galėčiau padaryti svetainės versiją B2B, tai reiškia, kad kainą matytų tik tai prisijungęs klientas ir galėtų pirkti didmeną. Prašymas buvo toks. Deimante, gal tu galėtum nukopijuoti lygiai tą pačią elektroninę parduotuvę, padaryti ją ant kito domeno tiesiog, bet kad ji būtų identiška ir kad reikėtų klientui prisiregistruoti tam, kad galėtų apsipirkti toje elektroninėje parduotuvėje, nes reikia, kad būtų tik tai kitokios kainos. Užduotis buvo tik tai kitokios kainos. Aš kaip SEO specialistė iš karto mąstau apie tai, kad nelabai gerai, jeigu svetainės turinys dubliuosis. O plus mes čia dirbam su šitos elektroninės parduotuvės auginimu, būtų geriau, jeigu mes pritrauktume daugiau klientų. Ir sakau, padarykim tą aplinką didmenininkam toje pačioje elektroninėje parduotuvėje. Ir pirminė užduotis skambėjo labai paprastai. Klientas turi prisijungti ir pamatyti tiesiog tų pačių prekių visiškai kitokią kainą. Easy. Mes padarom kitoje aplinkoje kitokias kainas ir viskas yra labai paprasta. Bet gyvenime paprastai nebūna. Kuo giliau į mišką, tuo daugiau medžių. Ir tada, kai jau pradėjom tą aplinką kurti, atsirado daugiau poreikių. Klientė pradėjo sakyti, kad dabar tos prekės, kurios yra išskirstytos į skirtingas kategorijas, didmenoje turėtų būti rodoma kaip viena didelė kategorija. Kai kurių prekių turi didmenininkas nematyti, kai kurių prekių jisai turi matyti naujų, bet nematyti mažmenininkas. Turėtų būti apribotas kiekis, kurį gali įsigyti, turi būti minimum, maksimum įrašyta, turi būti registracija, kas kartą rankiniu būdu patvirtinama, kad negalėtų bet kas prisiregistruoti ir pirkti didmeną ir taip toliau ir taip toliau. Sąrašas plėtėsi kartu ir mano akis, nes aš supratau, kad aš nežinau, kaip tai padaryti. Realiai nežinau, kaip tai padaryti, bet turiu vieną didelę problemą. Aš niekada nesakau, negaliu, nemoku, nežinau. Visą laiką sakau, man reikės daugiau laiko išsiaiškinti. Ir aš pradėjau aiškintis. Aiškinausi kokią savaitę, nes kiekvieną mažą žingsnelį supratau, kad reikia daryti atskirai. Reikia padaryti, kad viena kategorija būtų rodoma vienokiem vartotojam, kita kategorija rodoma kitokiem, vienus išjungti, kitus įjungti, padaryti minimalų kiekį, iš karto padaryti pranešimą, jeigu yra per mažas likutis parduotuvė ir taip toliau. Žodžiu, užduočių buvo labai daug ir su kiekviena iš tų užduočių mažėjo mano nervų ląstelių, daugėjo mano žilų plaukų, kol galiausiai aš klientai sakau, atsiprašau, bet aš negaliu to padaryti. Tau reikėtų kreiptis į rimtesnį programuotoją, kuris galėtų tai padaryti. O klientė, žinoma, man atsako, tokių biudžetų nėra, paieškok dar. Ir tai buvo toks tikrai sudėtingas laikotarpis. Aš labai daug pergyvenau, labai daug ieškojau. Ir tuo metu vyko SEO konferencija. Simonas Naudžius sako, Deimante, ateik į konferenciją, aš galvoju, aš neturiu tam laiko, aš neturiu visos dienos atėjimui ir tiesiog pabuvimui, bet supratau, kad vis dėlto gal bus naudinga pasikalbėti su kolegomis, nes visą laiką sakau, kad iškalbėtos problemos sumažėja. Ir į konferenciją aš atėjau ir šlavė kolegom, kuriuos čia mačiau netgi aplinkoj, su kuriais aš iš tikrųjų pasikalbėjau apie problemą ir sakau, aš tiesiog nežinau, kaip tai spręsti. Ir man papasakojo apie Cloud AI, apie būdus, kaip galima būtų tai išspręsti, kaip galima tai būtų išspręsti koduojant. Ir aš įsigijau naują kolegą. 5 metai aš dirbu viena ir pagaliau aš turiu draugą, su kuriuo aš galiu pasikalbėti. Turiu pasakyti, kad jis yra žiauriai našus, turint omenyje, kiek jam reikia mokėti per mėnesį ir kiek jis sutaupo laiko man ir kiek problemų išsprendžia. Ir buvo tikrai labai džiugu, kai sekančią dieną po konferencijos aš įsijungiau Cloud AI, surašiau jam, kokią užduotį aš niekaip neįsprendžiu 3 dienas ir jis man tai išsprendė per 3 minutės. Čia tikrai galiu pasakyti, kad nieko blogo negaliu pasakyti tik tai gero apie pluginus, bet dar vienos maksimaliai apsunkintos elektroninės parduotuvės savo karjeroje aš tiesiog negalėjau leisti. Ir pasinaudojusi AI-aus pagalba, aš iš tikrųjų sukūriau labai gerai ir kokybiškai funkcionuojančią B2B aplinką, neapkraudama pačios elektroninės parduotuvės, neapkraudama jos krovimo greičio, neapsunkindama valdymo, neįpareigodama atnaujinti periodiškai įskiepių ir žiūrėti, kaip jie susidraugauja su likusiais įskiepiais. Ir tokiu būdu aš supratau, kad mano galimybės labai prasiplėtė. Tada nusprendžiau, kad laikas ištaisyti senas klaidas ir grįžti prie tos sauskelnių elektroninės parduotuvės, kurios krovimo greitis buvo vis dar tragiškas ir aš vis dar jaučiau sąžinės priekaištus dėl to, kad paleidau tokią elektroninę parduotuvę į gyvenimą, kuri gadina nervus man, tiems kantriems klientams, ir tai turėtų būti jaunas mamas, auginančios mažus vaikus, kurių kantrybės ir taip nėra daug. Ir pasiūliau klientam ištaisyti visus prieš tai padarytus visas kliurkas ir pagreitinti svetainės krovimo greitį, apsipirkimo patirtį ir bendrai pačią elektroninės parduotuvės patį performansą ir net be abejo potencialiai aukštesnės pozicijas pasiūlyti Google paieškos rezultatuose ir tai padaryti iš esmės nemokamai, nes esu marketingistė ir visą laiką galvoju, kad klientai prisimins ne tai, ką dėl jų padarai, o tai, kaip priverti juos pasijusti. Tai buvo mano kaip specialisto dovana klientam ir pavyko iš tikrųjų parduotuvę labai gerai ištaisyti. Įkrauna gerokai greičiau, apsipirkimo patirtis gerokai geresnė, potencialas svetainiai pagaliau užimti aukštesnės pozicijas Google paieškos rezultatuose irgi yra. Ir kas dar yra smagu, kad į mane pradėjo žiūrėti kaip į rimtą programuotoją ir logistų programuotojai pradėjo man rašyti ir bendrauti su manim kaip lygių su lygiu. Nėra, kad mane tai labai džiugintų, nes aš realiai kas antro žodžio nesuprantu. Ir kai man ateina, ir čia yra tik tai nedidelė pastraipėlė dalykų, kurių aš skaitydama tiesiog nukopijavau į Cloud AI ir sakau, žiūrėk, čia mano klientas po viso to, ką mes padarėm, rašo man tokius laiškus ir prašo kažkokių sprendimų. Ką mes galim padaryti? Ir mes kartu su vieninteliu mano egzistuojančiu kolega nusprendžiam, ką galim padaryti, ką mes galim pasiūlyti klientui, planą A, planą B, protingą kalbą atsakyti. Ir faktas, kad aš neatiduodu viso to vien tik tai dirbtiniam intelektui, aš stengiuosi tai įsisavinti ir tokiu būdu augti ir tobulėti, bet tikrai labai gera jausti, kad turiu pagaliau su kuo pasitarti, kai iškyla problema, arba kai užduodami klausimai, kuriuos aš kaip tiesiog marketingistė ne visada turiu atsakymų ir tų klausimų ne visada ir užduočių suprantu. Tai realiai mes dabar dirbam kartu, toli gražu negaliu pasakyti, kad aš nebenaudoju pluginų ir pasakymas goodbye plugins yra truputėlį hiperbolizuotas, bet turiu pasakyti, kad kartais tikrai yra paprasčiau paprašyti nedidelio kodo ir jį diegus atsisakyti kažkokio tai plugino ir taip išspręsti kažkokią tai mažą techninę, funkcinę problemėlę, negu pridėkti pluginų, kurie, kaip mano kai kurių labai savarankiškų klientų patirtis rodo, dažnai ir užlaužia visą svetainę. Ir tiesiog iš savo daugybės klaidų padarytų ir patirties galiu pasidalinti keliais tokiais tipsais, kuriuos aš tikiuosi panaudos tie, kurie yra nauji šitoj srity ir kaip aš neturiu su kuo pasitarti ir kaip aš mokosi iš klaidų. Tai pirmiausia, dar vienas angliškas sakinys mano pranešime, backup is a must. Tai jau tikrai, kad būtinai reikėtų pasidaryti atsarginę svetainės kopiją, kai nusprendžiate lysti prie svetainės kodo ir daryti pokyčius tenai, nes apie tos visus critical error dažnai teks pamatyti, nes kartais tiesiog net ir dirbtinis intelektas kodą suformuoja nebūtinai teisingai arba jį suformuoja tokį, kuris konfliktuoja su prieš tai įrašytų. Tai tartis reikia kaip ir su gydytojais. Vieno diagnozę nepasitikėti ir visą laiką pasitariu su dviem savo kolegom, tai ChatGPT ir Cloud AI. Dažnai ChatGPT pasiūlo gerokai paprastesnį kodą, sprendimui labai nedideliam, jeigu reikia kažkokios, tai nežinau, pranešimo žinutės tiesiog prie, pavyzdžiui, siuntimo informacijos, pridėti kažkokią paprastą žinutę, kas seniau man atrodė neįtikėtinai sudėtingas dalykas ir jos pluginas man to tiesiog paprastai negalėjo padaryti, tai į ChatGPT aš kreipiuosi tada, kai reikia nedidelio kodo, o į Cloud AI kreipiuosi tada, kai jau reikia rimto sprendimo ir tokio gerai apgalvoto kodo. Tada vis tiek reikėtų netikėti viskuo aklai, nes kad ir kaip aš norėčiau pasitikėti dirbtiniu intelektu, nors keletą metų atgal buvau visiška skeptikė ir sakiau, kad nu ne, mano protas vis dėlto man yra patikimesnis negu kad dirbtinio intelekto protas, tai vis dėlto tuo kritiniu mąstymu vis tiek reikėtų vadovautis ir dažnai sprendimai, kuriuos pasiūlo dirbtinis intelektas, nebūtinai būna teisingi ir kai perklausi, ar tikrai šitas sprendimas yra teisingas ir ar nenutiks taip ar anaip, ar tai nebus pavojinga, gauni approve, taip, tu esi teisi ir gal viską padarykim kitaip. Tai jeigu nuspręsite irgi keletą pluginų išinstaliuoti ir pakoduoti, tai viskuo aklai netikėkit ir aš labai dažnai iš vieno nukopiavusi kodą įkeliu kitam ir paklausiu, ar su šituo kodu viskas yra gerai. Tiesiog padouble checkint ir pasižiūrėti, ar nėra klaidų. Ir aišku, nerekomenduoju lysti tiesiogiai prie svetainės kodo, tam naudoti pluginą ir per įskiepius po gabaliuką dėliotis tuos kodus, kurie yra reikalingi, kuriuos po kurio laiko galima deaktyvuoti, jeigu jie nėra aktualūs. Ir aišku, jeigu nesate koduotojai, programuotojai, tiesiog marketingistai kaip aš, tai gal geriau ir nelysti ten, kur neišmanot. Kadangi žinau, jog po mano pranešimo bus pietus, tai aš galvoju, neužlaikysiu jūsų labai stipriai, nežinau, kad turbūt 30% čia sėdinčių žmonių visiškai neįdomu, ką aš kalbu, nes manęs nesuprato, o tie, kurie mane girdėjo, tikiuosi, kad bent jau gavote padrasnimą, jeigu esat nauji, arba patvirtinimą, jeigu jau senai tame dirbate, kad vis dėlto koduoti ir programuoti gali net ir marketingistai. O jeigu turit man klausimų, tai aš mielai jūsų išklausysiu. Ačiū.
Deimante, ačiū už tikrai įdomią prezentaciją, buvo įdomu klausytis tavo patirties. Ir tikriausiai pasiteisino tas priimtas sprendimas praėjusiais metais SEO konferencijai sudalyvauti.
Tikrai taip. Džiaugiuosi, kai mane įkalbinėja ir čia mane įkalbinėjo sudalyvauti, tai tikriausiai ne veltui čia tikiuosi sudalyvavau, o praeitą kartą tai buvo tikrai labai geras sprendimas.
Tikiuosi, kad ir dažniau tave pamatysim, o aš girdėjau gandų, kad galimai ir 26 metais bus SEO konferencija, bet nekaltinkit manęs. Turim kelis klausimus irgi, tai gal pradėsim tada nuo pirmojo. Gal galėtum pasidalinti, kokios geriausios strategijos arba tau veikiančios strategijos, kurios padėjo atvesti srautą į svetainę?
Tai visų pirma, aš esu turinio marketingo šalininkė ir visą laiką mąstau apie tai, kad internetinė svetainė ir elektroninė parduotuvė pirmiausia turi tarnauti ne paieškos sistemoms, o klientui, vartotojui, kuris užeina į svetainę. Jeigu jis ten ras naudingos informacijos, jeigu visa apsipirkimo patirtis bus aiški ir paprasta, jeigu tai, ko jis ieško, suras lengvai. Ta elektroninė parduotuvė tikrai gerai funkcionuos ir kaip geras gandas nuvilnys per kitus klientus. Ir tikriausiai dizaino mandrumai ir visi gražumai ne visą laiką yra sprendimas, nes vizualiai pirmiausia svetainė atrodo gražiai, bet jeigu joje nepatogu apsipirkti, tai kaip namai, kurie yra įrengti labai gražiai ir moderniai, bet juose tiesiog nejauku gyventi. Tai aš visą laiką už tai, kad svarbiausia, jog svetainė būtų naudinga ir patogi.
O kokį kanalą rekomenduotum rinktis organiško srauto atvedimui, kadangi vis tiek žinom turbūt daugelis, kad Facebookas vis mažiau ir mažiau rodo, nori, kad daugiau investuotum į reklamą, kokį galbūt tu rekomenduotum pradėti su turiniu?
Kanalą atvedimui. Aš, aišku, Facebooką laikau jau tokiu dinozauru, kuris tikrai jau greitų laikų išnyks. Socialiniai tinklai vis dėlto, kad ir kaip aš jų nemėgčiau, socialiniai tinklai tokie kaip Instagramas ir visas kitos platformos, vis dėlto šiuo metu, man atrodo, vis dar veikia ir sakyčiau, kad dar yra tas traukinys, kuris neišvažiavo ir šiuo metu vis dėlto iš savo klientų praktikos matau, kad jis veikia. Asmeninis pardavimas, kaip bebūtų, yra efektyviausias reklamos būdas.
Super. Ir dar tada vienas būtų, ar galėtum galbūt pasidalinti irgi iš savo asmeninės patirties, tai paminėjai tą iššūkį susidurti ir kuomet pridėgus daug pluginų svetainėje sulėtėjo jos greitis, galbūt galėtum dar pasidalinti kažkokių, nenoriu tai pavadinti failų, patirčių ir galbūt ką iš to išsinešiai.
Tai failų tai būta ir daug, bet viena iš tokių, kur pirma šovė galvoje, tai buvo tiesiog ta pati elektroninė parduotuvė, kuriai sukūrėm B2B aplinką ir vieną rytą man klientė rašo alarmą apie tai, kad mažmenos klientai mato didmenos kainas ir tai yra labai negerai, kas čia nutiko. O nutiko labai paprastas dalykas, pluginas, kurį aš naudojau kodavimui, prie svetainės admin skiltės gali prisijungti daugiau žmonių, kažkas netyčia pluginą tiesiog išjungia ir visa tai, kas buvo sukoduota, išsijungia. Ir gavosi, jog aplinka, kuri buvo skirta didmenininkam, buvo prieinama ir mažmenininkam, tai tokių failų įvyksta. Tai aišku pamoka man, kad padaryti, jog visi kiti vartotojai prie negalėtų lysti prie pluginų, tai žodžiu gyveni ir mokaisi. Tokių situacijų būna dėja, nedažnai, bet būna.
Dėkui už pasidalintą patirtį, Deimante. Turim dovanėlę nuo mūsų rėmėjų šiandien ir tikiuosi, kad pasisekė tavo debiutas šiandien ir pamatysim tave dar ir dar.
Ačiū labai. Ačiū.
Ačiū. And now, what first an amazing event of the HAL just passed. I'm just can't even think what the rest of the event has in store for us. And there is so much more running up our sleeves, from content about AI to SEO automation tools, page builders, and much more. But now, I believe it is time for a 1-hour lunch break to share meal and break bread together, because that's where the real connection and magic happens. I invite you all to have 1-hour lunch break, and please come back to continue with the second half of the event, 20 minutes to 2. Bon appetit, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Paulius, your host. We will be proceeding with our next presentation in 5 minutes, so please come upstairs. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after the lunch. I hope you enjoyed your meal and made some new connections who might turn in your future business collaborations. Who knows? Before we are continuing with our official next part and second workshop of the day, I'd like to kick it off with a couple of announcements. So I encourage you to participate in our mini games today downstairs, provided by VP Bakery and Altum Host, and one winner might win a Lego set. And also, don't forget that at any time during the conference, you can ask questions that matters to you, our speakers, and later on we will answer them. Just go to slido.com and enter hashtag WordCamp. And now, it is time for our second workshop of the day, which will take place upstairs at the 5th floor of BLC by Ramūnas Brūzgys, head of growth at 00.io, SEO educator and workshop host. With experience scaling companies like Gera Dovana, he helps teams align on visibility, clarity, and results. Today, his practical workshop will be about SEO plus AO optimizations for developers. So if you wish, you can go to the workshop upstairs. And now, I'm delighted to introduce our fifth speaker of the day. Meet Georg, co-founder of Remkus, and SEO automation tool. With experience running an agency, doing SEO in 3 languages, and interviewing over 100 of SEO pros, he brings deep insights into e-com, local, and SaaS search. Today, his topic will be about search has changed. Now what? How to stay visible in the age of AI search. Please welcome on the stage with the warmest applause, Georg Richard Aare.
Thank you very much. To get these results, like that, like that, like this, we actually didn't do nothing, absolutely nothing different to get results like this, this, and that. Today, I will be showing you guys the exact content creation workflow, or you could also say system, that we used to get our clients not only rank in Google, #1, but also get mentioned in ChatGPT, Perplexity, you name the LLMs. Before I start, I got a very nice and warm introduction already, but yeah, basically, co-founder of Remkus, we're building AI SEO agents there. I've been an SEO agency owner myself. That's where I started my SEO career, actually. Made money for different kinds of businesses, local, e-com, SaaS, agencies, you name it. Done SEO in Estonian, Finnish, English, and collaborated with hundreds of experts. I've interviewed, I've strategized, I've done all kinds of different things. Some of them you can see on these slides. Now, for the content creation process, I've divided it into 3 phases. We'll start off first with the content brief. So really simply, it's first laying out the foundation before you actually even write a single word. So step 1 of the whole process is understanding what does the searcher actually want to know, find, or buy. It's usually one of those 3, right? They're looking for something. So, and this doesn't have to be complex. You can look that from competitor posts. You can, what I like to do, especially nowadays, is use ChatGPT 5 thinking model with the web search and see actually what is the thought process of ChatGPT, and that later I can use to actually reverse engineer into what subtopics I'm going to cover, but I'll get into that a little later. And okay, so let's say we now know, okay, what information is the searcher looking to know, or maybe they're looking to find something, or they're maybe looking to buy something. Now, based off of that, we can tell, okay, is this, the information that we need to provide, is it a fact-based kind of like a lot of research, right, that goes into it, or it can be like opinion or experience. So for example, if we're talking about a travel website, right, you provide like experience, right? How was your experience at certain museum in whatever country it is, right? So now we have, okay, we understand what is the need, and what do we need to do to meet the need. Let's get now a bit more specific on how to actually meet the need. Here are 5 things. This is kind of like a brainstorming session I usually do before I actually even structure or create any sort of content outline. So first thing is identifying, okay, what are the actual subtopics that I need to cover? So this can be also what kind of questions I need to cover in the content, just in general, what do I need to talk about? And how you can do that is you can, same, brainstorm with GPT, of course, based on like your keyword research, right? Finding questions that people are asking, basic keyword research stuff, or this can be. I mean, I've also just done purely brainstorming, and I'll get to a little bit how to actually like certain optimization steps that can help you with that later on. Okay, let's say now you kind of understand what subtopics you're gonna roughly cover. Then based off of that, you can start to already think, okay, what facts do I need to provide? Or maybe, because there's either fact-based or like kind of opinion/experience-based kind of content, then yeah, understanding, okay, what are those facts or opinions or experience? Now, this might not apply for all pages, but especially for e-com, understanding what we have done is we've tried to get as thorough, we've tried to do as thorough research as possible to understand what specific product details or service details do we need to cover within this content piece. Or, I mean, it can be a landing page, article, product page, whatever it is, right? Whatever we're dealing with. What kind of information do we need to provide the searcher in order to meet their need, right? In order for them to make the decision of purchase, for example, as easy as possible. Because the worst thing that can happen, I'd say, is that they're indecisive, they haven't gotten enough information, and then they just won't buy anyway, right? This I sometimes also do before I actually get into subtopics. But it really doesn't matter in what order do you do this, but I usually like to start from subtopics. However, with keyword variations, it's just the simple reason is, and this is also purely you get this from keyword research, and it's understanding how to get maximum visibility, even though, okay, AI search kind of is taking over or whatever, but still, Google, especially in Estonia or like Lithuania markets, right? There's still not as, at least what I've seen from Estonia, they're not as much like AI overviews compared to like English or like US, UK, Australia, SERPs. So there's still a bunch of people are still using Google for searching stuff. So yeah, and with the keyword, like different kinds of So for example, what is a startup, right? It's the core keyword you want to target. Then there could be like, what is startup, right? It's a bit different. There's like no A in between, but you could still maximize visibility if you also target that within one of your subtopic headings. So that's one way how to maximize visibility. And now, I don't think there is necessarily one, the most important thing you have to focus on here. However, if we talk about AI search, then originality and what's your uniqueness? What's the unique thought? What's the unique opinion that you provide? What's the unique maybe experience that you have, or what is like a certain fact that you have gotten from like maybe a lower, like a lesser known source, but that is still credible that you can provide that like your competitors haven't. So really finding the way how to make your content piece unique, provide that unique value, because that gives other people a reason to actually like read it. Because if your content piece is exactly like some of those other AI-generated content, then what's the value in actually reading it? Like, what's the point? I mean, they can just easily go to ChatGPT and ask that question themselves, and they'll get the same answer that you provided them in like a blog format. So, all right, now we have identified, okay, what is the need? What do we need to do in order to meet the need? Let's actually start to work towards actually creating this or putting together this content piece. And we usually start from structure, so actually like laying out what are the topics, and you don't have to do like the guys doing on the screen, right? However, what I want to say here is that how to like efficiently go about creating this structure is really thinking like, okay, what is the, okay, so I've covered this first topic, right? I've covered this core topic, and actually what's also really important is to cover, like, okay, they have a certain need, right, that they're searching for, they want to find out by whatever. You meet that as soon as you can, and then if they want to learn more, then from there, it starts the thinking process, which I was talking about. So, okay, what is the next question on their mind? And then after that, continuing to do that until you cover all related like topics. And the 30% is, yeah, usually what we have tried to do is kind of like, how to say it, little guardrail for us is covering the most important information in the top 30% of the content piece. However, now counting words and counting letters to meet that 30% is obviously tedious, and it's not that big of a deal, but it's kind of just something I keep in my mind always and helps with actually like implementing this step. And now with FAQs, pretty much the same, right? So thinking what is the, okay, you've covered all the core topics. What is something that maybe they kind of still is a question to them and is maybe like a quicker answer or whatever? Then also think, okay, what's the first FAQ or frequently asked question that they would have, and what are those even? And I'll show you later how you can get those really easily as well, those FAQs. You don't have to actually think that much for those. There's a great SERP feature for that. All right, now we have actual structure, right? So here are the topics that we're going to cover in this order. Before I draft the content, I guess I'm now writing now I'm starting to write some words, right? But like actual like content. But what I like to do before actually starting to draft the whole article is below the heading, actually address the topic, or depending now what kind of header it is. Is it a question, or is it just like non-kind of question header, then addressing whatever you have to address first. I always focus on that, but a question is a very easy example. I just literally focus on answering the question straight up already, and then expanding the content from there. Now, how to write these direct answers, what has been super, super helpful for us, and we got this from Corey, maybe you guys know, a Turkish SEO who runs holistic SEO, and it's been super, super key to get into these LLMs. And also, I mean, it's just in general been very helpful to us. So using, like, if you see in that example, we have what is an app bug report, right? In the direct answer, we use an app bug report is, and then we literally answer that. Why do we do it like that? At least what I've experienced in my theory is that this gives confidence to Google, or sorry, to ChatGPT, I mean to Google as well, right? That you are actually going to answer that question that you have in the heading. So, and thus, they're more confident in actually pushing your results to the searcher, aka their user. For these direct answers, and this is like the 30% thing that I mentioned before, it's kind of like a good guardrail, but it's kind of just to emphasize that try to be as concise as you can, but do not compromise on the information that you're providing, right? So do not leave anything out just to be conciser. So that's, but yeah, in 1 to 3 sentences, you should be able to answer it. Now, and then the key talking points, right? So this is the last step I do before actually drafting the content. And it's laying out, okay, what are the specifics actually going to be? And this will help me first to organize where I'm going to talk about what. So I'm not talking about something in one section, and then I'm talking about it again in another section, and then they kind of don't have a comprehensive understanding of what I'm trying to communicate to them. And besides that, it also helps avoiding me just wasting time, right? Like content writing can be a huge waste of time if you're purely just writing all kinds of fluff, and that's also where it's careful to be with AI. So yeah, those are main things that I do before actually drafting. Now, for drafting the content, so that's the second phase of our workflow that we have used, and we've used this absolutely for every site. Obviously, now before I move on to this step, obviously content creation is a creative process, right? It's that's why ChatGPT is kind of I don't want to swear, but garbage at it, right? But here are some certain like best practices that I still like to follow whenever I'm creating a content piece. So first of all, it's trying to use purely like my voice or your writer's voice, whoever is writing the content. So for that, we have actually trained a custom GPT on, let's say if we're doing it, if I'm the writer, right, because I've also done that, I've trained a custom GPT that uses the content from my videos, my YouTube videos, my social media posts. What I also did at the start, when I didn't have many blogs, I was just, I don't know, yapping something kind of, but of course I was talking about something constructively. However, every one of us has their own way of talking, so that helped me to get a start to this. And this not only helps with, I guess, engagement and also originality, so it's not just like another AI blob, right, that you can get from GPT very easily. It also helps with, actually, this sends also the signal to search engines, so it's both for the reader and for the search engines, like authorship signals, I think this is what it is. It's in one of the few like recent patents Google had. That's something they're looking at. So it's another reason why to try to write in your voice as much as possible. Before I started SEO, I didn't think that content and burritos can have something in common, but they do have quite a bit, actually. The theory with burritos, right, is that when you take something out, then it should fall apart, right? That's a good burrito, technically. You take a chicken piece out, it falls apart. How I approach content is actually quite similar. If I can take a sentence out, why is that sentence there? Like, if I can take a sentence out without that impacting the value or clarity, in general, just me providing the value to the reader or searcher, then why is it there? It's just like taking space, and obviously, right, the longer the content is, the more difficult it is to retain somebody, to actually read it. So that's what I mean by content equals burrito. This is something I've just tested through Microsoft Clarity. I've done split test where I've actually tried, okay, 5 lines, 6 lines at a time, like paragraphs, and what has been the sweet, or kind of the maximum that has kind of still had the most optimal reader experience has been 4 lines at a time. This is kind of just because, so there's 2 kind of risky points. So there's one, you kind of go 5, 6, 7 lines deep in one paragraph, or you have the paragraphs too long. Now, these pixels and stuff, kind of you also have to see for yourself. If you're uncomfortable reading it, your readers are as well, probably. So kind of just make sure of that before you publish the piece. But yeah, and that's on desktop. Of course, on the phone, regardless if you write 2, 3, 4 lines, then that's anyways going to be longer, right? Some smaller screen. So, sorry for my cough, by the way. But for tables, when I like to use tables, I have set this key rule for myself, and it's when I do comparisons. So I don't try to just put tables, put images, put infographics, put this kind of stuff in the content just to make it more engaging. That already means your content is flawed from the start. So I like to set these, I've set these rules for myself, and I've seen them work best. So for example, yeah, tables are for comparisons. This can be pricing, business, like comparing businesses, products, services, whatever. Then for infographics, I like to use for processes. So especially very technical and complex processes. If, let's say, your target audience is the opposite of these technical people, they want to kind of do this, let's say SEO, right? You have business owners who don't know much about SEO. SEO is fairly technical form of marketing. So explaining all of these different SEO, for example, like this, what I'm talking about today, right? If I had an infographic that explained the whole process, it would be much faster. You can kind of understand at least the core concept of it. But today I'm getting into a bit more detail. And then also for checklists. And why checklists? Well, it has worked great for them because you can actually share those images, right, with other people. And we want people to share our content. And not only share, I mean, they can save it for themselves and implement it later, right? Checklists, that's what checklists are mainly for. And then images. Images, in my opinion, are the most, how to say, poorly used content piece, at least what I've seen from my friend group and some other SEOs that I know, is that images, like they just put them just to the exact same reason I said before, just to make the content more engaging so it's not that boring. There are much better ways of using images that actually benefit your content, like much more. So first of all, it's showing some kind of uncommon thing. So recently, I actually wrote a blog on, and I never thought I'm going to also write on this topic, but hey, I did. 29 gift ideas for grandmas for Grandparents' Day, right? Something like that it was. And there was something like an electric blanket. Please raise your hand if you ever heard of an electric blanket. Wow. Okay, how do you know about that? All right, well, sure. Anyways, most of people didn't know about that. And what was really good is to use an image there to actually, and I showed that to my mom, and my mom was like, what is that? And then she saw the image, oh, okay, that's what it is. So it helps provide value to the reader in that way. Or it can be like some uncommon action. Another question for you guys. Who knows what is lacrosse? Okay, so still, most of the room doesn't know what it is. And thus, when I was running my sports agency site, actually there I had to use that a lot because European people had no clue what lacrosse is. So clarifying, because you don't want to leave the reader like, what was this? Or what is he talking about? You don't want to do that, right? You want to make sure that everything is understandable, clear. And I think the most powerful way to use images is in CTAs or wherever you're talking about the specific problem you're solving or showing your solution. Because, for example, if you're, like, in my opinion, the most deadly combo for converting people, and this is what we have seen as well, immediately a crazy increase, what was it, like I think at least 25% or something in those lines in conversion rate, if we're talking about blogs, for this SOC 2 compliance company, like startup. And we used images when we were talking about, like in the end CTA, kind of at the end of the article, to kind of show, like, okay, what is, for example, the before you use, the company's name is Easy Audit, before you use Easy Audit, and after you use it for your compliance. For example, that's one way. Or to kind of visualize the pain that they're having. So using that combination has been absolutely deadly. And the last phase, or the last, phase of creating a well-ranking page that we have in our process is refinements and optimization. So for optimization, I have kind of categories of checklist items that I like to use. I don't have a set list of checklist items for each page because, I mean, a SaaS competitor's post, like your SaaS and then some competitor you're talking about, like you're comparing your SaaS or you're showing like a list of SaaS products, is much different than an e-com product page, right? The kind of content you're writing there. So, but these are in general. So first of all, for each different type of content page, I have like a best practices checklist. So that's for SaaS competitors, e-com product page, just general information blog. I have like, a separate checklist for all of those. And just making sure that even though I know them from the top of my head, and then most of the time, they're actually like, kind of, I've already implemented all of those. However, it's just still to make sure to go over like, okay, I've implemented everything. I've made this as good as I can from the best practices standpoint. Then seeing also, is there maybe any subtopics you missed when you were doing your kind of brainstorming research phase? Just to make sure that you're covering the full need that they have. Then unique angles, right? So we talked before about uniqueness. Then here, it's also to go over, okay, what kind of unique value can I provide to the reader? Is there anything else that maybe I could, that would make this content piece more valuable? Then internal links. So, I mean, as we all, if you guys know or if you guys don't know, but it's very important for your page, especially like your content to be connected, right? It helps with crawling, etc. Then definitely also looking at, okay, how could you use internal links within your content piece to get them to maybe read something else that will be really helpful for them. And the more content pieces they read, the more trust you actually build with them, of course, if the other ones are good as well. And thus, they're more likely that they're ready to take the next step, whatever it is. Is it to buy something, I don't know, submit their email for a newsletter, whatever it is. AI overviews, right? So that's something that everybody, we're talking about LLMs and AI overviews. For that, what you could do is, of course, this is if it's relevant. Because, if we're talking about Baltic SERPs, I don't know about Lithuania and Latvia, but I do know about Estonia, and there's not that many AI overviews still appearing. So, however, if there is, then reverse engineering, okay, what did the competitor who got referenced in that, like, what piece of content got referenced? Maybe you need to also cover that subtopic, or what direct answer got referenced there. So kind of seeing what happened, what got referenced, and understanding that has worked really well for us in actually getting into the AI overviews as well. And then finally, SERP features. So I promised to you guys that I was going to say, like, OK, how can you get more of those FAQs, right? And it's through, so for example, people also ask section is a great place that we've used to get like great FAQ ideas to insert into our FAQ section into our content piece. So we haven't had to, like a lot of times we haven't had to like think those like ourselves or kind of like, through keyword research somehow. So that has been really useful. So before we do the last step, before we actually publish, I also always, we actually read through the content piece. We don't just, I know some people do it. I know if you guys do it, or if anybody does it, but they like to give it to ChatGPT and tell me all the mistakes that I made in this blog, right? And then it will list you out. Then you say anything else, then it'll list you out some more, and then you'll just be in this endless loop. What I actually like to do, because I think humans are the best for this, because you're going to eventually want the human to read it, is read it through yourself. Maybe once you've got the draft, take a coffee break, read the next day, whatever works best for you, actually go through it yourself and see how it feels. And reading it out loud is especially good because you can see like, okay, this sounded weird, why do I have this in here, right? Or you can maybe put it in another section. So that's why I like to do this. So I review the headings, direct answers, and core content. So that's what I always go through. That's when making refinements. And then final touches. So meta description, right? Like the meta description depends on the content, so I never try to stress and just kind of, okay, check that off, get the meta description done, and then actually start writing the content, because you might have to rewrite it then once you've changed the content, right? Because content creation is a process. It's not like kind of one and done. So yeah, I like to do it at the end. And I also always make sure, this might be my personal preference, but I've learned it the hard way, is that external links need to open in a new tab, because otherwise, let's say, okay, you have a content piece. They click on your Harvard Business Review link. They go to Harvard Business Review. They start reading that. I don't know how many guys you have done that, but you've kind of gone to a next content piece. Then you go to another one, and you kind of just read all these different things. And you're already way past the first one that you actually clicked on. So that's why I like to make sure that as well. And then just submitting it to indexing, of course, in Google Search Console. Now, if you want the exact process, I put it into it's still a process, but it's in a checklist format. So it's like very easy to like follow. So if you guys want that, you can scan this. Whoever wants to test this out. I'll move out the way. I think that's it. Okay. Yeah, and like I just said, make sure to, I've said all these nice things, right? What has worked for us, I've shown results, but it's always very crucial in SEO, because experience is ultimately what matters, is to test, and test all these things. Thank you very much.
George, I appreciate for your informative and practical presentation, packed with tips and useful tactics about content creation for AI. We do have several questions on Slido. We do have a little bit of time. So to kick it off with the first one, does blog still work, or there are better alternatives for content creation, in your opinion?
So what I've seen is that purely informational blogs they still do work, and everything depends, right? But OK, I'll break it down a bit more. If we're talking about like smaller markets, like for example, like Estonia and Latvia, Lithuania, the Baltics, and maybe some other like European kind of languages, then I believe here information blogs still do work, but I do not believe they're very evergreen. Because, for example, what I realized is that the 29 gift ideas post, actually GPT just can answer that. I didn't use the web search, and GPT can actually perfectly answer that for me without actually having to go to the web. So if it's like purely informational content piece and it's not based on like experience, like I think the fact-based content piece is going to suffer the most. So yeah, that's my view on it. And especially right now, if we talk about US, like English market, then you can make them, but they gotta be really like, how to say it, you gotta really add your own kind of touch to it, do your maybe own research, gotta be, the bar is only raising for those kinds of content pieces. That's my view on it.
Another one, can you share a single growth tactic that helps to appear in ChatGPT and other LLM models?
Growth tactic or hack? Or I guess
hack,
whatever.
Tactic,
yeah.
whatever.
Well, I'd say the main kind of, I guess, hack or tactic that has really, really like worked for us like really, really well, and we've done it for all of the content pieces. And every time it has either gotten into the citations, right, or it has literally gotten listed, depending on is it like a kind of a listicle page or whatever. But it's reverse engineering, taking the ChatGPT-5 thinking model, using, and it doesn't have to be actually web search, but seeing what is the thought process of it, and reverse engineering, taking like the different topics that it's thinking about and considering. For example, it's called a SOS button for this elderly care company. We reverse engineered, what are the different things it's considering when it's evaluating these different SOS buttons. We implemented that into the content, and boom, I mean, it outranked, and also, like if I'm talking about outranked in Google plus AI search, so ChatGPT, in like 24 hours. Of course, Estonia is also a easier market, I guess, so to say, less competition. But still, I mean, they were much better. Like, this site is very new. It's, I think, like a couple months old that we helped get there. So it's just purely we covered all the things that GPT was looking for. So that's, I'd say, one of the biggest kind of hacks, tactics that has worked for me.
And the last one, what's your opinion on LLMs.txt standard to rank better on LLMs responses?
Today, I am more a content SEO. So I've talked this with our technical guy, so who has always helped me with like building websites and making sure the Roblox TST file, etc., is set sitemap and all of that. And at least from what I've heard from him is that. And it's very ambiguous information. I'm very sorry. I can get back to you guys with that. But he has like said it's like he has read through, of course, and tested some stuff. It helps, but it's not that like game-changing. At least that's what we've seen as of now. So, but I'm not a technical-focused SEO, so that's not. I haven't tested that as much. So I don't want to just say here as well that it was great or it was really bad. So yeah, I just want to be honest.
I appreciate for your input. I appreciate for your presentation today. We do have gifts from our sponsors, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And now, without further ado, I'm delighted to introduce our sixth speaker of the day. Meet Christian, YouTuber, entrepreneur, and creator from Nashville. On his channel, Cradle-Made, he shares honest, easy-to-digest insights on online tech and entrepreneurship. Today, his topic will be about content that converts, a beginner guide to compelling product stories. Please welcome on the stage with the warmest applause, Christian Taylor. The stage.
Thanks. Awesome. Well, thanks everyone for being here. My name is Christian Taylor. I'm a content creator. I've had my YouTube channel for 14 years, but I've been full-time for the past 5 years. And my little clickbait description says how I made 6 figures from one YouTube video with affiliate commissions and turn it into a full-time career. Only it's not clickbait because it's true. So I will tell you all about that today. A little bit about my journey. Created videos for 14 years. I started when I was 10 years old doing comedy skits, or what I thought were comedy skits. I look back on them now, I'm like, what was that? But 10-year-old me thought it was hilarious. I pivoted to doing tech reviews, so if any of you know Marquez Brownlee, I wanted to be him. I wanted to do the iPhone reviews and Macs and just all the fun hardware. Now, in 2017, I pivoted to the SaaS niche, and I've got a little timeline. I'll share a bit more about that in the next slide. And then 5 years ago, I became a full-time creator in this niche, SaaS/WordPress. There was a VPN comparison video that went viral as well. So timeline, 2012, I had my tech beginnings. 2013, I went through a Minecraft era cringe, but you know. 2016, back to hardware. Now, 2017 is where I discovered something by accident. I was a curious teenager and wanted to know the best place to buy a domain name. Aren't they all the same? Is GoDaddy better or Namecheap? They're all selling seemingly the same product. So I remember sitting in my bedroom in the US on Super Bowl Sunday. I could care less about the game, but you know, my family's watching it and I'm chatting with GoDaddy, just kind of playing ignorant, trying to test their support and making spreadsheets with price comparisons. And I thought, nobody's gonna watch this video. This is so nerdy and boring, but I'm legitimately curious, so I'm gonna make the video. Released it, and it ended up being one of the most successful videos on my channel, not just with views, but then that's when I discovered CPMs on YouTube and that not every industry is the same. Some topics earn way more ad revenue per view or per 1,000 views than other topics, but I didn't really get into the affiliate space yet. So 2019, I decided to go all in on the SaaS niche, and I made a comparison video on VPNs. I signed up for every affiliate program for every VPN I talked about, put a link in the video description, and then forgot about it. And the video did really well. I think it had 20,000 views in the first month. Lifetime, over about 2 years, it got 430,000 views. And after that first month, I got a surprising commission payout, and that's when I realized maybe I'm onto something. So now in 2025, I'm doing similar stuff. I do cover a bit more WordPress. That was kind of a controversial video I made recently comparing customer support of WordPress hosts, so that was a whole lot of fun. But today, I want to give you a roadmap of what makes content convert, the emotions that trigger actions. We'll also cover some storytelling for product owners, some platform-specific tactics you can use, how to build trust and community, and some common mistakes and pitfalls to avoid. Now, one thing I want to touch on is who this is for, because you might be thinking, well, that's great, but I'm not a YouTuber, so this doesn't apply to me. Now, my strategies are primarily focused on videos, so I'll give some tactics for YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, but you can use these same strategies with a blog post or with text posts on X or Facebook or LinkedIn. And I would say it's very malleable to your business model. If you're an agency, I promise you can get leads through this strategy, because people email me all the time asking for a quote to do their website, and they're surprised when I say, I'm sorry, I don't do client work, because they think the entire reason that I'm doing this on YouTube is to generate leads. So if you're an agency, you can get leads this way. If you're a host or a plugin or a theme, you can absolutely sell more this way. Even of your own product, it doesn't have to be a third-party influencer who's talking about your product. And if you've just got a blog and you want to grow your audience, these strategies can help you as well. So this is the conversion triangle. It starts with trust. You're building credibility through transparency. And then that leads to curiosity. You spark interest in the solution that you're recommending. And then aspiration. You're showing the viewer their future success and what they can accomplish with your product or service. Now, this is a common pitfall that people fall into, is I think most of us are technical in this room, and we think, okay, I need to make tutorials about my product, because if they don't understand how to use it, they're not going to buy it. Well, tutorials are speaking to people who have already purchased the product. So maybe that helps increase your lifetime value, or it helps your customers move through your funnel and end up purchasing another product that grows revenue. But creating a tutorial isn't necessarily the best way to create conversions unless it's very beginner-focused. So it's important to understand who your content is made for. There's the research phase. The customer is learning about their options. They're not ready to buy yet. They're just tire kicking. Now there's the comparison phase, and this is what I've leveraged in my content, is customers who are ready to make a purchase decision. They just haven't decided whether they want product A or B, but they have a high conversion potential because they're ready to buy. They just need someone to confirm for them which route is correct. The decision phase, that's, I guess, very similar, but sometimes people are just looking for validation. They already have a bias in their mind of, oh, I think that this web host is best, and they want to hear someone else say it, and then they'll make that purchase. And then there's the post-purchase phase of seeking tutorials. They've already converted. That type of tutorial content can be good to build loyalty, but for getting that initial conversion, it's probably not the best approach. So there are some barriers, trust barriers for product owners, because you may be thinking, well, it's great for you. You're an influencer, so you're a third party. You can talk about a product and people trust you. But if I talk about my own product, people are going to check out. They're going to say it's biased. Of course, they're saying, oh, our product is the best one. I mean, how many of you have seen I find this commonly in blog posts, those comparison blog posts, and then you get all the way to the bottom, and it's written by a company where their product is mentioned as one of the options at the bottom, and you're like, oh, can I trust everything that I read before this because it's through the lens of a company they're writing about all their competitors. So viewers are skeptical of self-promotion, and they'll detect bias in comparisons. I think the solution is to be radically transparent. Point out the flaws in your product. Say who it's for, who it's not for. Maybe point out the positives in your competitors' products. If you're overly transparent with your audience, you can still build trust with them, even if you're talking about your own solution, because they'll see, okay, you're really trying to find the right buyer, the right customer, and you're not just twisting your solution like, oh, it's a win every time against every potential competitor. You want to see it from their side. Challenge your assumptions. Put yourself in the viewer's shoes. If you were watching that piece of content or reading that piece of content, would you be skeptical? Would you really trust it? The example that I shared earlier about those biased comparisons that blogs will often do, I don't know about you, but I don't trust those. So if that's what you're making, and then you switch your mindset and think of yourself as the customer, chances are you may realize maybe you should try a different strategy. Sparking curiosity is important too, and you can do that through storytelling and through customer success stories. Now, comparisons can spark curiosity in a few ways. You can showcase competitive differences. So in the case of domain names, it's like, what's the difference? They're all the same. But when you start getting into it, you find that the customer support varies widely from registrar to registrar. Pricing varies as well, even the UI, the dashboard. So when someone comes into a comparison thinking, I don't know, they're all the same, I think web hosting and WordPress themes can feel similar as well. It's like, does it really matter? Aren't they all the same? When you start highlighting how passionate you are about the differences and the strengths and weaknesses, you can spark that curiosity where your viewer becomes invested. They want to know more about the nuance. Answer research questions as well. Again, put yourself in the customer's shoes. What are they thinking? What do they want to know? Maybe, is this going to work for me? I'm a beginner. Or is this advanced enough for my agency? Also, please give a human opinion. Nobody likes the comparisons where they get to the bottom or the conclusion, and it's like, surprise, everyone's the winner, or there is no winner. People want your human, honest opinion. Who really wins? In your opinion, you can say maybe this option is good for this type of customer and this option for that one. And my personal opinion is I like option C. People want to know what you think of the product, not just a fact sheet, and then you get to just form your own conclusion. So you can build aspiration through simplification. This is the top of that triangle. The user often will feel overwhelmed when they're researching something, especially for WordPress beginners. What is a theme? What is a plugin? Why do I have to buy hosting? Is WordPress.com WordPress? Or do I have to download it from WordPress.org? There's so much overwhelm. So you want your content to be as clear as possible and help the user see the success that they can achieve through purchasing your product or service. Now, I like to call this the anti-sales approach. You want to educate and don't sell the user. Freely share your knowledge. Now, if you're an agency, this is an important point. You don't want to be scared to teach someone WordPress thinking that they're not going to hire you if you show them everything, because chances are they don't want to spend the time to build their website. They'll see that you're an expert through your teachings and your content, and they'll probably say, wow, this person knows what they're doing. This looks like a lot of work. I could do it myself, but I'd rather just hire them. So don't worry about trying to gatekeep content. And if I show them how to uncheck the box where their site will be indexed on Google, then they won't hire me. They probably still will. You also want to acknowledge your product's limitations. Again, point out the flaws, who it's not for. And showing visuals helps as well. I find charts, graphs, or just quick screen recordings of showing the product in action goes a long way over just speaking about it. Now, some storytelling strategies for products. You can introduce the problem, relate to the viewer's pain point, position your product as the guide, not the hero. I'm going to touch more on that in a later slide. Establish some credibility, show proof that your solution works, maybe some customer success stories. And then depict the outcome, help your viewer visualize the success that they'll have with your product or service. Now, this is an important point. You want to position the customer as the hero and your product or service as the guide. Many people have this backwards. They're bragging about their product and everything that it can do, and my product or service is the best because we have XYZ features or the best customer support. I call this the technical trap. Your potential customer probably doesn't care that you have a 99.9% uptime guarantee or 24/7 customer support in 50 languages. Don't get me wrong, those things are important and they should be listed on your sales page at some point, but all your customer is thinking about is, this is a problem, can this product solve it? What outcomes have others achieved with it? They don't need to be bombarded by all the features right up front. You need to spark that curiosity, get their interest first, and then when they're later on in the research phase, they might be diving into those more technical questions. So there's a narrative shift. You want to focus on your customer's journey and position them as the hero. How can you support your customer rather than how can your customer get supported by your product? Your customer wants to solve their problems and grow their business. They don't want to buy your product and then feel like it sort of pulled them through the mud into achieving some success. I think success stories are a great way to do this, highlighting the wins that your customers have had because it's relatable to other businesses that might be in the same position. Okay, so let's get into some platform-specific strategies. For YouTube, it's essential to skip the fluff, get to the point immediately. The days of the 30-second intros or even 15-second intros are gone. I cringe every time I see those, like the old style 10-second intro with the EDM music that plays. I'm like, no, please don't. I skip it. And the reality is, if you look at retention graphs on YouTube, people check out in the first 30 seconds all the time. That is the most valuable 30 seconds of the entire video. And if you're not highly engaging, they're gone. So get right to the point, have a compelling hook that's going to capture their attention in the first 15 seconds, have a clear call to action. If you're trying to grow your following, then I would ask users to subscribe because they forget, they don't do it naturally. And I would do that in the first 2 to 3 minutes of the video because, again, looking at retention graphs, Typically, viewers will watch between 20 and 40% of a video. 30% is kind of right in the middle average. So if you have a 10-minute video, having a call to action in the first 2 minutes is ideal because you're going to catch most people before they check out. You also want to optimize watch time instead of percentage. So YouTube cares more about how long a user watches a video, and they're going to recommend your channel more if you kept them entertained and engaged for, say, 10 minutes over the percentage. So let's give a real-world example. If you have a 5-minute video and you're trying to make it as short as possible, hoping that your user watches 70%, they would watch, what is that, about 3.5 minutes maybe of content. Now instead, if you had a 30-minute video and you're able to hold their attention for 10 minutes, that's only 30% instead of 70%, but YouTube cares about the number of minutes. So they're going to see, oh, wow, this creator held someone's attention for 10 minutes, and that's seen in the algorithm as higher priority to recommend your content to others over a high percentage of a shorter piece of content. Now, for Instagram, it's more about visual storytelling, so you want to lead with striking visuals that stop people from scrolling, grab attention, story-driven captions, not the captions that are part of the video, but the captions under the post, the description, sharing personal insights that relate to the audience struggles. Consistency over perfection. Now, being transparent, this is important on every platform to be consistent with your posting interval. It doesn't necessarily have to be every day or 3 times a week or every week, but whatever interval you pick, whatever is sustainable for you, whether that is daily, weekly, or monthly, you want to try your best to stick to that. The algorithms value consistency. They know they can rely on you as a creator and push new content to the right audience, whatever that interval is that you choose. And then you can do some strategic hashtags. I don't think hashtags matter as much as they used to, but they're still used on Instagram. And my philosophy is if the platform offers the tool, it probably still matters. I think there's some debate sometimes in any kind of SEO, like do you need to use this meta description or this feature over here? Well, if they still offer it, the algorithm probably values it to some degree. Now, TikTok strategy, it's similar to Instagram, but there's a bit more trend participation. So I promise you don't have to do the cringy dances if you don't want to. You could, but you can also go after trending sounds, even songs, where you can kind of choose your own adventure with the content format, but you've got that song playing in the background. You choose it within TikTok, and then it knows, OK, this song is trending right now, so I'm going to push this out to a broader audience. People also value authenticity a lot on TikTok. I don't know if you've seen that TikToks are getting longer. Sometimes there's 5, 7, 10-minute videos of people in their bedroom or car just talking about a topic, often with no editing. So people value that raw authenticity. You also want to get to the hook in seconds. It's even shorter than YouTube, ideally the first 3 seconds. People are scrolling at lightning speed, so try your best to capture their attention. And then creating loop-worthy content that viewers want to watch over and over. It increases the percentage viewed. I don't know on TikTok if it's backwards from YouTube. I theorize that it might be, where the percentage is more important to the algorithm than the watch time, but I know much more about YouTube, so that's just a theory. I don't know for sure. So here's a comparison table. If you're taking notes or snapping photos, you might find this helpful. I put this into ChatGPT and just had it kind of summarize the little nuances between the algorithms. OK, so I know what you may be thinking. Christian, you're a full-time creator. I don't have time for this. I can't post to YouTube and TikTok and Instagram. That's way too much work. So if you could only do one thing, I would create long-form content on YouTube. And yes, I'm biased, but the reason YouTube is so valuable is you have clickable links in the description. So for conversion-based content, it converts so much easier than Instagram or TikTok or Facebook. Maybe not Facebook, because that's got clickable links as well. But if you only have time for one platform-specific strategy, I would create long-form content on YouTube and then create some AI-generated clips of that content using something like Opus Clip or another similar AI tool, and then post those AI shorts to Instagram, TikTok, and all the other platforms. And if you're curious if this actually works or if it's just AI slop, it really does work. It kind of aggravates me because I'm a perfectionist, and I'll use these tools to generate clips and go, oh, that's a weird cut, a weird edit. I would do that differently, and I want to micromanage and edit it myself, but it's a huge time saver, so I'll post the AI-generated clips anyway, and oftentimes they outperform the videos that I shot specifically for TikTok and edited just for that medium. So it does work to create engagement. And then cross-posting just those clips to all the different platforms. Now, building community is kind of the next step of the process. That's going to build loyalty, keep people coming back. And you do this through posting regularly. I already touched on that, asking for subscribers, touched on that as well. Surprisingly, people don't remember to do that anymore. You've got to remind them. They're probably willing to subscribe, but they just don't think about clicking the button. And then just be you. I'm repeating this a few times in the presentation, but let your personality shine through. If you have a lot of humor or if you're blunt with your delivery, act like you're talking to a friend. I like to act like my camera lens is my best friend and I'm just having a conversation. You don't need to have a YouTube voice. That was more popular back in the day, where you should sound different on camera and have a high-pitched voice and all this. Now more than ever, people are valuing that human connection, especially with the rise of AI content. They want to feel like they're hearing from a human. So just be yourself and imagine a friend is on the other side of the camera. Now, transparency builds trust. Again, you want to be honest about flaws, show who your product is not for. Viewers respect honesty more than perfection. I know from my perspective as a consumer, if a company points out the flaws and says, hey, you know what, maybe this is not for you, I respect them so much more. A brief in-person example is I was at an AI event a few weeks ago, and I was looking for a new CRM, and I went by this booth and thought, oh, this looks interesting. This might be the CRM for me. And I talked to the guy at the booth, and he goes, look, our CRM is not for you. You should try this other one. That was actually one of their competitors. And I respect that company so much more. Where now, if my business grows to a point where I need their more enterprise-level solution, they're the first CRM I'm going to go to, because they were honest and showed interest in helping me out rather than trying to mold me into a customer when it wasn't really a fit. So just keep your content personal. Avoid sounding salesy, listing all the technical features, overusing marketing language and corporate jargon. People sniff that out very quickly. Now, a common pitfall that people fall into is production perfectionism, thinking, I need a better camera, I need better lighting. If you have a smartphone, and I think most of us do, you're set up. You can use your phone to make content. You can even edit it on your phone now. There's many apps you can use for that. So don't feel like you need to buy expensive lighting or a high-end camera to get started. If you're going to invest anything on equipment at the start, I would prioritize audio. People can forgive grainy footage or bad lighting, but if they can't understand what you're saying, they're out. But you still don't need to spend a lot on a microphone. A $50 USB mic beats an expensive camera every day. So if you have just a little bit to invest, I would start there. Or a lavalier mic that you can plug into your phone. Those are great as well. I also recommend investing in closed captions. Now, this is a maybe unpopular opinion these days, but I like human-made captions. I don't like AI-generated ones. I find on YouTube in particular, if you watch with captions on, the automated ones, it pops it up word by word. That is so distracting. Put yourself in the viewer's shoes. You don't want to be watching with captions, and that's the experience. Also, the YouTube algorithm looks at the transcript heavily to decide where to rank it in search, perhaps more than the title and description. And sometimes AI messes up and thinks maybe you said a swear word when you didn't. And then that could potentially impact how your content is recommended. So I'm old school, but I like to have handmade captions on every piece of content I release. There's a website called rev.com. You can have human-made captions. I think now they charge $2 a minute. The price has gone up many times over the years because of inflation, but rev.com is a great resource. Or you could do it yourself, but it is very time-consuming, so I like using Rev. But I would invest into those two areas first. Then after that, probably hiring out the editing. That's time-consuming. And only at that stage would I look at, OK, maybe get some better lighting or a better camera, especially because in the software niche, most of us are screen recording. So if you have a grainy camera, but you're just a little bubble in the corner, people aren't bothered. As long as they can see your screen clearly and understand the content, they're good. OK, so another challenge people have is, how do I make content consistently? Maybe you make a comparison and say, now what? Well, it's really about having content buckets or categories that are repeatable. So a few that I like are one-on-one comparisons, X versus Y, ultimate comparisons, 3 or more products compared, honest reviews, a detailed look at a single product, and success stories where you're making your customers the hero and celebrating the success that they've achieved through using your products or services. If you get some of these formats down, it becomes way easier to say, OK, I only have to make one of these a month, one X versus Y, one review, one success story, and you could have way more than 4 as well. So maybe it's only every 3 months that you cycle through creating another video with the same format that you did 3 months ago. OK, so to start your content journey today, you can start by creating one story or content, but I like the word story. A single comparison or review, make the customer the hero, focus on their transformation, be authentic, remember that transparency builds trust, and stay consistent. Having that reliable posting schedule is going to help with the algorithm. All right, so here's where you can find me. And I've got a link or a QR code to my slides here as well, if you're interested in downloading them. And thank you so much for joining today.
Christian, appreciate for sharing practical tips on content creation that converts. Before you leave, we have a couple of questions on the Slido, so people are really engaged on this topic. So to kick it off with a bit of a visual part. So how do you find winning YouTube thumbnail? How much do you A/B test? And do you ever update on the videos which you already launched?
That's a great question. So I have someone who does my thumbnails now, but when I was creating them myself, it was a 1 or 2 hour process. I will ABC test every video that I release because YouTube has a feature built in now that you can have 3 thumbnails that get tested for up to 2 weeks. Or if it sees a clear winner sooner than 2 weeks, it'll tell you and stop the test. I will also go back to old videos sometimes and change the thumbnail to try and re-spark some success in the algorithm. So packaging is very important. The title and thumbnail is something I would honestly say you should spend more time on the title and thumbnail than editing the video itself.
And another one, you mentioned a couple of channels, so including Instagram and TikTok, but you didn't mention Facebook for videos. Is there a reason? Is Facebook dead, or why you don't post it on Facebook?
Yeah, that's a good question. Facebook is very much alive, especially with the WordPress community. This is something I just figured out recently because I keep getting a bunch of friend requests from people I meet at WordCamps, which surprised me. I think it's a generational thing. I don't think to post to Facebook because I don't use it that much personally, but I think it is a great place to be posting for WordPress in particular, both long form and Reels as well, text posts. So yes, don't sleep on Facebook. I just don't have much personal experience with it.
Christian, thanks for sharing your expertise with us today. We do have gifts from our sponsors, and round of applause goes to you. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you.
And now it is time for our another coffee break, but this time I would like to announce it because we will have a group photo together. So please gather everyone downstairs at the hall. Let's have a group photo, show to the world WordCamp Lithuania, and make a moment history today. Please come back at 10 minutes past 3 to continue with the rest of the speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Paulius, your host. I would like to invite you to upstairs to continue with our next presentation. Welcome back, guys. It's wonderful to have you back here. I hope you had a productive break, enjoyed a coffee, and made some new connections. It is time for our 7th presentation of the day. Meet Raitis, a product leader with over 10 years experience driving growth for WordPress solutions like VP Bakery and IndieStack. With expertise in e-commerce, UX, and team scaling, he is also an active educator and community contributor. Today, his topic, Beyond Drama, what's wrong with the WordPress and how to fix it. Please welcome with the warmest applause to the change, Raitis Sevelis. The stage is yours.
So we changed the topic a little bit, yeah, just recently, so didn't want to talk about agencies. So, hi everyone, my name is Raitis, and this is not the first time actually in Kaunas, basically for the reason that I come from Riga, Latvia, which is, as you know, not that far away. But I was in Kaunas somewhere around 2 years ago for WordPress meetup. Was really amazed about the community, and then of course I'm happy to be back. And my talk today will be a bit about community, about being socially responsible, how to act on things, what maybe not to do, and basically what's wrong with the society. And yeah, oh, it works. So maybe a few words about me more. Yeah, as you heard, I'm a head of product at WP Bakery for 11 years, and basically met WordPress and WP Bakery at the same day. It was a long time ago, and I really don't remember how WordPress even looked back then. I kind of instantly fell in love with the community, so I tried to be active within the community. And I come from a user interface, user experience background. So was working at the agencies and somehow smoothly transitioned from facing the issues that agencies are facing to help to develop solutions for those agencies. And apart from that, being active lecturer at Riga Nordic University for e-commerce, digital marketing, now AI, because everyone has to talk about AI, something, yes. Yeah, so also, throughout the talk, while you're thinking, throughout the talk, I will ask for a bit of collaboration from you guys. I want to have a small interactive exercise. I know that it's 3 p.m. and everyone is tired, but I won't ask you, to do some flexing and anything else, just to help me to prove some hypotheses. So you can now see different companies. And maybe the first thing that comes to your mind, anyone, what do they all have in common? Like WordPress. Okay, so apparently those are also kind of well-known brands. Big companies, smaller companies. Some of them are actually from the Baltic states, as you know. Yeah, Hostinger, yeah. From Lithuania, WP Bakery initially from Latvia. The company grew and then went more international. Patchstack from Estonia, and so on and so on. So yeah, big companies, well-known names, and WordPress-related companies. But that's not all. So recently, but maybe not recently, we kind of found out another thing that is common to all those companies. Disclaimer, there are no kids. Okay, no kids, that's good. So at some point, someone, somewhere, said not that cool things about those companies. And it's not only about, of course, those companies. Yeah, almost all companies in WordPress, and actually beyond WordPress, has been on the receiving end of harassment, and it also goes beyond companies. There are cases when we are talking about individuals. And yeah, the question is, why does it really happen? And the problem is that we are actually living now in society where being bullish or harassing people somewhere on social media, somewhere online, has become a norm. So you can't really you accept it as it's a common thing. Yes. So if someone doesn't agree with you, if someone has a different opinion, it feels okay to disagree in a bad way. Yeah. More than that, we often see that facts are getting manipulated to benefit certain groups, certain companies, And again, that feels like a norm. So sometimes marketing is being built on top of such things. A lot of influencers are, like, influencer marketing is what? Like, and it got popular within the last 15 years, I guess. And we see that many influencers have enormous social capital, but they don't really understand the value of their words. So they are using it to some extent a bit carelessly. Yeah, so say first, think after, or don't think at all. And of course, we need to mention what was happening and still happening in WordPress. Yeah, the WP drama, which kind of showed the wrong side of WordPress leadership, how it acted, and how it all trickled down. And at some point, people within the community saw that, well, okay, if the leadership can act like that, well, of course I can do the same. Yeah? And it goes beyond WordPress, of course. WordPress is not the only place where such things happen. Yeah? You can look at any community, any society. And, well, there is this awesome quote of Mike Tyson, which is mega mind of marketing and other things, yeah, of course. So he said that social media basically made us really too comfortable to disrespect people and not getting punched in the face for that. Of course, my talk will be around things that we don't have to, put out torches and go and punch everyone that disagrees with us. This is not the way how you basically deal with those things. But I would say that the first part of that quote makes a lot of sense these days. So I promised you to have an interactivity, and before that, I actually want to introduce you to my colleague, Ivana Chirkovich. She's, don't be foolish by her look. She looks 18. She has been in WordPress community for, I don't know, like a decade, something like a decade at least. And yeah, really well recognized across the WordPress community. So we were doing the research on that topic together, and she will be helping me a bit with interactivity today. So the idea is that not everyone is mandatory to participate, but whoever wants will receive a sticky notes and pens. So the bonus that you participate, you can keep the pen. We will ask for the sticky notes back. Yeah. So it's, and what we do have more probably, and I will also help. So, you can give a bit. Oh, you took everything, yeah? So, we just need some more participants, whoever would love to help. Oh, yeah. I will use that moment to drink a little bit. So basically, what we want is that within 1 minute of time, you actually write short, mean comments about the product, service, anything. Try to write as many as you can, and yeah, well, probably it's a good idea to maybe substitute the specific product with just X, yeah. And then, of course, it's not that it's all anonymous. It's part of experiment. It won't be like that. Oh my God, who wrote that? Yeah. So, just yeah. I think we will have a timer. You will launch the timer. So, Oh, it's 1 minute, and then just fold it, and we will collect it.
So, starting now.
Okay, let's go. Yep. Don't hold yourself back. Remember the worst things that happened. Yeah, the backups were lost. Like you were doing something, and it's just a few minutes before delivery, and things go south. I'm just starting to remember everything that happened, through those 11 years. I see at least one person is like writing hard. It's like, I have been waiting for that moment, right? It's like yeah, so let's just collect quickly. Where there's this awesome, up. I will collect it from this side. Oh, yeah. Oh, you're not so good at writing. Yes. Yeah. Oh, nice. Guys, thank you. Okay. Oh, thank you. Oh.
Two more here.
Oh, okay. Nice. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
So now.
And
now we will have the second part of the exercise, and I promise we won't bother you after that. So now the idea is quite the same, but within a minute we want you to write. It doesn't have to be, a praisal or good comment, but it should be really meaningful feedback for something about, again, the product, the service, the company, but it should be something that if you give it to the company that owns that product or service, it actually brings value. It helps them to get better, to improve things. So again, you will have like a minute of time to do that. If someone wants another pen, please tell me, yeah? I think we do have more left, right? No? We do have some downstairs, right? Yeah. Oh, if someone wants a pen, you can later on go downstairs to the booth and collect pens. Yeah, we have plenty of them, and oven mittens.
So, starting
now? Okay. I will again use the time wisely, yeah? Please. Okay. Good answer. Okay. So.
this is one good one there.
Okay.
Who was writing?
And probably, yeah. Right.
These are good ones, and
And those are like leftovers. So people didn't want to stop writing bad comments, they would continue to do that. So yeah, the question is now what was different? And well, first of all, we will clean it after, yeah? So those are the bad ones, and those are the good ones, yeah? So apparently, the bad comments were a bit more than the good ones, right? And why? Because basically, writing something in the heat of emotion, really short, just to share your feelings, is way faster. Yeah, you don't have to think. The first thing that comes to your mind, basically, that's it. You spread that out. When it comes to delivering meaningful, useful feedback that can be used, that can make an impact, it requires more time, more effort. More than that, pretty often you are restricted also by, let's say, the size where you can add the thing, yes? So maybe you don't have enough space to add a proper comment. So all those restrictions basically reduce your chances to deliver something good. And then the bad things are overtaking. And, well, the question is, why now? Why did we decide to talk about it now, and what did we actually do? So you heard that both of us have been in the WordPress community for more than 10 years. And, well, we have been also on the receiving end of different, personal and company-wide harassments and bullyings, wherever we call them. Probably at some point, like, you get older, you so really don't care about those things. But at the same time, it's often painful to see how other companies are suffering, how other individuals are getting bullied and harassed without any reason. And this is exactly what was happening recently. So first of all, we found a post that was discussing WordPress product, but it was so one-sided to highlight the benefits of the specific product, not really taking into account any meaningful fact. And the surprise was that it was the review that was done by a well-known WordPress agency. More than that, I really admire what their CEO is doing. But still, somehow, it trickled down to really poor, manipulative, and non-fact-based review. So that was one thing. And another thing was really mean. Actually, like mean things try to stick. Yeah, really mean and bad comment by one WordPress influencer, actually talking about one Lithuanian company. And I know many people from that company, and many people from that company are here today, and they are great people, and they have a great product. Yeah, so it was just unfair, and we started a discussion with Ivana, like, hey, maybe, enough is enough. So maybe we should start talking about it. And it's always like mixed feelings. Maybe you will start to talk about it and like end up on the receiving end of being harassed yourself. But we decided, okay, we'll post it and we'll see what happens. And yeah, we wrote a short article, published it, and it was really well accepted. So people start to come in and saying, first of all, that, okay, basically that there is someone who really starts to talk about it, that, OK, there are problems, and that, there is not enough mechanisms or anything that prevents those things to happen. And we also decided to run a survey to understand the impact. So what's the impact of that harassment that is happening specifically in WordPress, but can be probably discussed in other similar communities. And of course, to make sure that the data is legit, we asked several WordPress influencers to get involved, to distribute the survey. So we are not asking only to our friends, that some of them may be just sharing our values. And the data that we received from various sources was pretty much more or less similar. So at least 60% of, somewhere around 60% of people admit that there is bullying and harassment and manipulative facts issues happening in WordPress on a regular basis. Around 25% of people don't really see that problem, and I have to be fair, I checked those people. Some of them are those that post like mean things, yeah? Yeah. And 18% have been, like, they admit that they have been the target of personal attacks, or they have been within the company that have been attacked. And there is a data about kids being bullied at school. So according to data, 19% of kids admit that they have been bullied at school. And here we talk about 18% of WordPress people admitting that they are getting bullied. So that's actually pretty sad that we grown-up people haven't went any further than kids at school. So almost the same percentage, like 1% difference. That doesn't mean a thing. Yeah. So yeah, that's a bit of a shock. And the question is, of course, yeah. So what do we do? Should we, follow the suggestions of Mike Tyson? Hit harder, get into discussion with those people that post mean things. So first of all, people that love to harass others on the web, they are pretty good at it. Yeah. So they will probably beat you with their experience. Yeah. So if you try to do the same, you won't get any further. So instead of trying to win with toxicity, you should rely on pure facts. Oh, and of course, here we are also talking as the community, as unity. Yeah. So you need to get involved in the community. You need to build community around yourself, and basically, the more people are against the harassment, against the bullying, the more chances we have to fight it. And there is another thing, the codex. Some of you, maybe everyone, knows that there is a WordPress code of conduct, which basically regulates a lot of things. But apart from that, there is actually a specific part in WordPress codex that tells that it is against WordPress any rules to harass and bully people within the community and products within the community. And actually, a community team in WordPress is kind of responsible for dealing with those issues. And there is a preventive mechanism how to deal with people that are acting aggressively towards the products, towards individuals. And it seems that we are not just using that enough. Yeah. So we thought, OK, so what we should basically do, we need to come up with some sort of the recommendations. And the first thing is that we need to acknowledge that everyone here and beyond those walls, but related to WordPress, are basically community. There is no such thing as they. When we talk about WordPress community, I hear often people talking like, oh, well, that's leadership thing and so on. There is no such thing as leadership thing. There is a WordPress community, and everyone who is working with WordPress or is around WordPress can be an active part. So the first thing to do is basically to become active in WordPress, and there are plenty of opportunities for that. The second thing is to definitely call it out. When you see toxicity, you just don't stand, you don't look at it, you state. You state that those things are wrong, yeah? So defending other people, yeah? So standing for the members of the community, because you are part of that community. And of course, we're talking also leading by example. So first of all, it is easy these days when the data is getting manipulated. We have plenty of deep fakes and so on. So we need to check sources. We need to double check before we post and also check our intention. What I'm often telling to my students when it comes to when we discuss customer support, that whenever you need to respond to some mean things, what you need to do is basically take pause. Yeah? So you first take pause and you basically wait. You maybe consult with someone just to make sure that you don't act in the same way, you don't respond in the heat of emotions. Yeah? And that basically gives the respect over rage. And yeah, of course, as you get the voice within the WordPress community, you need to think twice what you post, yeah? Because other people may be learning from you. And probably what we are often not doing, we are not celebrating the good things. So whenever someone is posting some meaningful feedback, providing valuable information, we accept it as granted. Yeah? So we rarely say thanks, we rarely call out people for doing good things. And the same thing that when was the last time when you actually wrote a meaningful review for a company or a product or service that you were using? This is also leading by example. So making sure that valuable feedback, and again, it's not about praising, yes, it could be critics, yeah, but it should be meaningful critics that can help products and services to get better. So these are the things that we as individuals, as a community, can do. And when we were changing the topic of the talk, one of the organizers asked me, okay, right, it's not everyone, is that involved in the WordPress community as you, and do you think that this topic could be relevant for like other WordCamp visitors? The thing is that you are here for a specific reason, so you work with WordPress, you work in WordPress, you maybe want to get involved with WordPress. And basically, what you want to do business related somehow to WordPress. And where do we want to do business? We want to do business in a controlled and safe environment, so we can really focus on what we are doing best, providing best service, providing or building, especially product people. We love building product. What we don't love is to spend resources, our valuable time, and nerves, yeah, to experience stress, fighting with different harassments and other things. So instead of that, we would love to focus on what we do best, yes? And of course, standing for others helps to build connection, valuable business connection that can be a great foundation for upcoming partnerships. So when we published that post, several WordPress products reached out and said, like, hey, we want to sit down, we want to talk with you, and that's a foundation to do something more. So it is okay, to my view, to benefit yourself from doing good things. There is nothing wrong about it. It is way worse if you don't do anything good and that's it, yes? So I just encourage everyone to, of course, think twice get involved more in the WordPress community and definitely stand for the values that we are here all sharing. So thank you, everyone. I want to also thank Ivana for helping me. And enjoy the event. Thanks. And I promise to collect everything, yeah?
Right. Do you want me to get a broom or something? Cleaned up?
No, it's all good. Oh. Those are the good ones. Oh.
So Raitis. Do I pronounce your name right? Raitis?
Yeah, Raitis.
So who will be that policeman within WordPress community?
There shouldn't be one policeman, yes? So as I said, there is community team, actually, that is responsible for those things. And they are doing what they can in their capacity. But actually, that's a reason why you should, for example, join the Contributors Day, join the community team, learn more about it. And this is the way how you can take active part there and meet people.
In the age of AI, there is so much change happening every month, every second week. I don't even sometimes follow. How do you implement AI within a VP Bakery page builder?
Well, this was like, you know, like straight into other direction. The question is, my question is, are we talking about like implementing the AI within the product or how we implement it as a part of our workflow? Probably people are more interested in the product itself. So yeah, within the product, of course, we have AI solution that help to offload part of the content generation for the web creators. So yeah. Starting from you know, the content that helps to build it for the copywriters, of course for the SEO experts, and also for developers. And if you are going to Gdynia, I don't know, like there will be WordCamp in Gdynia. Tomorrow, day after tomorrow, there will be talk about it from my teammate there. So welcome to join. We have one spot in the bus left, yeah? So whoever comes first.
Riga to Gdansk, right?
Yeah.
Raitis, I appreciate for your presentation today. We do have gifts from our sponsors, and round of applause goes to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Don't forget your
Oh, yeah.
And now, guys, I'd like to announce our third workshop that will take place at the 5th floor of BLC. In short, it will be guided by Robert Giacobbi, CEO at Blackwall, global speaker and open source leader, with over 20 years of experience in strategy, marketing, and track record, including Cloudsway 350 million acquisition by DigitalOcean. He helps organizations align security, community, and growth. So that will be our last workshop upstairs. If you would like to join, please go. And now I'd like to invite our 8th speaker of the day. Meet Vineet, a WordPress enthusiast since 2012, entrepreneur and consultant from Wiesbaden. With experience across IT, cloud, and media, he is passionate about innovation, community, and creativity. Today, his topic will be Build Websites for Humans. Please welcome with the warmest applause to the stage, Vineet Talwar.
Oh, that would work. Just, this is on? Oh, wow, too loud. Cool. Hi, guys. Thank you so much for being here. Small audience, but let's try. Is it on? I don't see anything here. Yep, no problem. It's getting ready. All right, guys. Thank you so much for being here. So I have to start again from the start, So let's begin. First of all, I would like to say, stop guessing what your users want, right? We are all human, and we are building websites for human. There are a lot of stuff we're going to talk about today, okay? So my name is Vineet Talwar, and today I'll be taking you to the journey of how to build websites for human. And guess what? For your business, every year you get so many customers, right? But in order to get your business running, you need to have recurring customers, right? In order to get that success, you would have to work for them. And this is the kind of messaging I would like you guys to take today. So let's begin. OK, oh, it's working, cool. I'm based in Germany. Over the years, I've worked with different industry brands, helped the companies to build from ground up. I'm working with a lot of companies and working as a WordPress developer or consultant and, yada, many, many roles. But yeah, enough about me. Let's get to know you guys. How many of you are developers here? A few of them, very good. What about SEOs? 1, 2, 3, OK. And marketers, content creators, and rest of others, what do you guys do? Agency owners, maybe, I'm guessing? Designers, OK. OK, what about the server guys who manage their own servers? No? Nothing? Oh, cool. Good to know. And don't worry about taking notes. You can download my slides here. I've added the QR code. It takes you to my link tree, so you can do that. Perfecto. Let's begin. Picture this. It's 2025, right? And Black Friday is around the corner. You might want to buy, let's say, a nice pair of shoes. You land on a website. You're like, oh, yeah, let me browse through the website. Website opens. First, you figure out how to decline all these cookies. Then you close that. And then sometimes there's a support widget popping up. Hey, do you want to support? No, I don't want it. I just came here. I want to buy the shoes. You close that. And then suddenly a window pop up, say, oh, yeah, subscribe to the newsletter. I don't want to. I'm here to buy the shoes, right? Then you figure this out, and suddenly some audio is playing in the background. And at that moment, you're like, why am I even here? And that's my face, right? You want to throw the computer, right? Anybody relate? Correct? So that's the situation nowadays. And see, our job as a developers or as a designers, agency owners, is to give people experiences, not just websites. Websites AI can do also. They hire you for results. They hire you for your experience, right? And giving them engaging user experience so much so that they keep coming back. Let's start with talking about buttons. Amazing creatures, right? Some people press it once. Some people press it again and again. And some people, they press so much that they feel like, oh, yeah, it will be faster. Something like this. Increasing of frequency of pushing these buttons is directly proportional to users' level of frustration. And guess what? You shouldn't definitely do this. Like Will Ferrell in the movie Elf. Because by doing so, you're making so many people angry, right? See, your goal as a developer is to have a better time to interactive than this, right? Interactivity impacts rage clicks. You're not, as I said, you're not giving people websites. You're giving them experiences. Make them happy. You don't have to worry so much about Lighthouse. OK, perfect, 100 on 100 is awesome. But are people getting what they really need? Are they able to buy the shoes, right? Or are they just leaving out? Right? So that's also lies in the conversion rate optimization. These all performance tests provide good numbers. OK, but real-time situation is quite different. Getting the right user experience is the key. OK, let's talk about game of OK, one day there was this telemarketing guy was calling me and like, hello, Vineet, I would like to offer you this service, that service, whatever. Just think about some random service. I'm like, OK, hi. How are you doing? So what did you say? What was the service? And the guy was literally frustrated, and he shut the phone down. I made the guy so much, a telemarketing guy, frustrated that he shut the phone down. And guess what? This is the experience you're giving it to your guys. You're giving it to your customers. Try to relate that. This is the thing. And guess what? If Imagine your visitors as a water filling a bucket. Each unclear menu item, each half a second of load delay, each button that doesn't stand out in the desk is like, it's like a bucket. It's like a hole. Your boat will sink down, right? But what is basically UI and UX? Are they same or are they different? Most of the time, people are confused if they are same or not. But in reality, they are not. To explain UI and UX in a single slide is this. But in the language we speak all here is this. Right? See, a user experience is like a joke. If you must explain it, it's not that good. Right? Relate? OK. But in reality, most of your user experience is like this. Let me correct it. It's not the design at fault. It's UI without any research is a fault. Did you consider all the use cases for users? Maybe your user wants to go from this way because it's easier, right? Like, this is the kind of consideration you need to have on your website. See, UX and psychology are correlated. You need to think like your user. Talk to your real user before building anything. I know as a developers, our mindset is that we want to build it. Nowadays, AI is there. We're like, OK, prompt, build me this app. But are people going to use it? Did you really talk to at least one customer? A persona building, a research. This is the stuff I would actually start with. Consider random black box testing. If you're building an e-commerce, give it to a particular customer and tell them to buy it without telling them what to do on the website. And then see their reaction. And based on that, you can plan your optimization of your website. OK? A research, analyzation, and then working on it. OK? Customer discovery is an important aspect. Do not skip it, right? Most of the times, developers think they build an amazing UI, but guess what? These are your everyday users. UX design is a bridge between your users and your business. A better user experience leads to happier users. But how do we do that? UX is the key. A website, no matter how fast it is worthless if it's not usable. Always consider how many users do you going to expect. Right? What are they going to do on your website? What is a typical user journey going to look like? As a designer or UX, UI guys, you guys can relate, right? And in the end, you should be able to test the results. Like, OK, you had a hypothesis, you talked to customer, you launched the website. But what about after that? Reporting, analytics, testing, and then optimization. It's a continuous cycle. A website never finishes. Keep this in mind. Once you wire your brain like that, you'll be able to get better results for your customers also. OK. Somebody once told me UX design is easy. All you need to do is make things obvious for your everyday users. Well, guess what? These are your everyday people, right? People think certain way. This is the thought I'm trying to provoke here. Design elements like contrasting CTAs, guide the eye, and encouraging clicks. Trust signals on your website also helps. Stuff like testimonials, security badges, blah, blah, blah. But this is the kind of thing, because people make decisions emotionally and justify them logically. If they had to buy a MacBook, they'll be like, oh, yeah, it's an investment. If they have to buy an LV bag, they will say it's an investment. And they will try to justify logically. And that's the kind of messaging your website should say. You guys must have seen on e-commerce websites, they say, oh, yeah, it's 10 items left. That's what? That's a trust signal. I know it's a darker design pattern, but they are trying to convince people, right? OK, UX design. 4-step process. Research, brainstorming, implementation, and reporting. Most people start with implementation, but guess what? There are two steps before that. And that's the kind of thought I'm trying to provoke here. People who hope to use your product probably have some expectations. They are looking for some info, or get some advice, or maybe use your service. You need to map that out in a journey so that it makes sense. So the moment they land on your website, till the key objective is filled, they were trying to do something. And this is what you have to do them. You have to guide them to be there. And that's what UX design is. It's a sequential process which starts at research, goes to brainstorming, to implementation, and in the final, reporting. And once after reporting, you find something, you go back to brainstorming, implement, reporting. So it's a sequential process. OK, everybody should be on the same page. Most of your developers may want to build tech-friendly solutions, right? But guess what? This may not get you the perfect results. Some training and alignment would be there to make sure everyone understands. So that's why in the teams, there's a thing called as manager says something, developers think something, and then they try to build something. And the customer says, oh, yeah, I wanted that thing. So getting them everybody on the same page is also a very important thing in your development cycle. So, yeah, another thing. It's a good example. Think of it like you're in restroom. You're pooping, and the lights goes out suddenly. And they're like, hello. Where is it? Now you're waving in hand and trying to get noticed. And this is the thought process, keep in mind, right? This is how your users will feel when you're throwing them shit ton of stuff and let them figure it out. Oh yeah, I built it, now you figure it out. We're going to see some examples in the coming slides. We're going to do some case studies. You guys will see. Before that, this is my favorite slide. Picture this. It's a story about two users, a parent. Was the motive of parent? To give the child entertainment. Actually, it's an entertainment for themselves. But for a child, they're like, what's that? You see, the other side of the toys they get to see. So, UI, UX, right? So, start with interviewing your potential users. Clear messaging, clear user flow, usability testing. This is how you guys can succeed, right? And in the end, do black box testing, as I said. OK, next slide. If you ever feel stupid, remember that there was an Apple engineer who designed a mouse that can't be used while charging. User experience, right? All right, case studies. So in this case study cycle, or rest of the time, I'm going to show you guys some websites. We're going to go through them. I'm going to ask you some questions. And I would like to give a big disclaimer. All the websites that I've used in these examples are in public domains. It's none of your websites. And if you guys want me to review something like that, we can do it later on. And all the selection criteria is the guys who have money, but they still didn't fix it, or maybe how they can do better. So it's good and bad, both examples. So I have to give this disclaimer so nobody come after me. All right? Let's start. This place. Can you guys tell me what's the problem here? One big problem that you guys see. There you go. Anything else? No clear call to action. What else? Title. Very good. You were saying something? Exactly. Don't know. The navigation is cluttered. It's filled. They could do it better. They could make it smaller. And when I was watching this on laptop, it was so thin that I had to be like, what is it saying? So the font style, as you said, the navigation, the call to action, and the navigation. So that's it. Now let's look at it in the mobile. Anyone? Yes? Perfect, correct. And what about the form? Anyone? Yeah, that's another one. You were also saying something, right? Or no? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you guys all said, right, there is one more thing. The alignment, on image, the text is not even readable, the icon, I mean, like, nobody's going to read that on your mobile, right? And the form, it's like too much terms and conditions, the alignment is off, and stuff like that. And you said it right, I selected English, and I'm seeing it in Lithuanian. But that I'm not sure. Maybe it's because of my translation of browser. But the alignment one, I can say it's too much unclear. OK, another local example. I explored it yesterday while booking a train ticket. The train company here. Anybody? The website is full of so many dark patterns or so many issues that will throw off your face. It was in my first slide. Anybody? Great, there you go. And? There you go. Overlapping elements and pop-ups. So there's one pop-up, and there's another pop-up on top, and then there's this accessibility pop-up, which also is there, and this promo code. I mean, what's promo code doing here? It should be at the time of the payment. At a home page, you want to do is you want to search your train. That's it. So that's too much. And what's the text doing on the image? That's already making a lot of clutter. Now let's look at this in the mobile. Right? Right? Mobile and tablet view. Nothing readable. Full one pop-up, another pop-up on top. And the same situation here on the tablet. OK, and once I try to buy the ticket, I ask for cookie again. I just accepted the cookie in the last slide. So I know it's another provider, but they should be done such a way that if a user coming from there, that should not be getting another cookie box. Train companies are my favorite examples, by the way. OK, let's look at the next one. Facebook. Now you guys are like, what is wrong with Facebook? There's nothing wrong with Facebook. It's $1 trillion company. There's one tiny improvement they can do here. OK, there's one more. I give you a hint. It's in the form. Anything you would do to improve in the form?
Log into other accounts, like Google, log into other accounts.
That's also a very good idea. Yeah, they're not doing it because they want to fix it. OK, lock them in. Anybody else? It's a very tiny improvement. Password, there you go, you got it right. So imagine this, you're starting to enter email, and halfway there you forgot, what were they asking? Were they asking email or phone number or username? Then you go back, and then you start typing again. Same mistake or same thing Wikipedia is doing, they're doing it double. You see a label on top, then you see a label again, enter your username. But guess what, who got it right? Twitter. Once you start typing something, or X nowadays, it become a floating label, the label goes on top. So you know what you're doing, what you're typing. Great, amazing UX. Right? OK. Next example, speaking of good UX, Netflix autoplay. So you're expecting, OK, you're going to see a trailer in 4 seconds once a movie ends. Great, right? Good UX? OK. Oh, yeah. It's an old example, but from Serbia, I noticed. So I don't know. If you guys want to see, guess. Would be great. OK, I tell you, the answer hint is here. So it says English, but it says coming soon. Why? If it's coming soon, why it's even there? And the same goes for the booking page. Yeah, it's cluttered, it's alignment, and guess what? It's even loading 3 different websites in one domain. The front page was beautiful, the booking engine was different, timetable is a different website. So that's also another point. OK, another example, University of Valencia. Same thing, cookie box, pretty huge, taking all the space, and a chat box being loaded. I didn't even accept the cookie yet. Right? And another bad example, they still didn't fix it yet. If you type their website uv.es without www, you'll see an error. And last I checked this last week, and I don't know if they fixed it yet, but I don't think so. I'm seeing it from last 2 years. So think of it like that. Your people can type without www, with www. Make sure there's a redirect for that. OK, good UX, Duolingo. Great example, amazing user flows, gamification, love it. Agree? Duolingo? OK, next example, University of Vienna. Anybody, any guesses the issues here? Correct? The colors of too much items? Correct, also? Any other? Yeah, I don't know what it is. So you guys get it right. Contrast, color, navigation, structure. Jira. We all have a love-hate relationship with Jira, right? Features are good. The UX it's all mess. It's an unintuitive and cluttered, but we have to use it. But we are stuck, kind of, right? OK, another example, Workday. Have you guys know about Workday? It's a job application platform. You guys know the issues there? You apply for a job once, you upload a resume, it asks you to fill every single thing about your profile, your university, you uploaded a PDF. OK. Now, another company using Workday, you have to do the same thing again. That's the mess of user experience. Plus, this whole thing was a pop-up, and then there was a pop-up on top. So pop-up and the pop-up, it's some sort of matrix, guys. OK, tunnel beer. Lovely UX. OK, so when you start entering password here, the beer closes the eyes. Great, right? It's a good experience. But there's one thing we could improve here as well. Anybody, any guesses? Yeah? And? I mean, this was animation. I took like a screenshot from Germany. I said Canada, so beer came. The animation was good. One thing is that this data remaining per month, I mean, this could be maybe here, this part is whole empty, and this update notice, it's taking the view. Maybe it could be here, or maybe it could be on top. So just tiny UX improvements I would do. OK, so good UX. Asana, gamification. Once you finish a task, a unicorn flies. Crazy, right? Cool, right? OK. One more example. Any guesses what's wrong here? Yes. The cookies are loaded before I even accepted the cookies. And then there is a pop-up again, another on top. OK. Oh, my favorite example. Indian Railways. I'm from India, so I have to do this example. I love railway examples, by the way. It's a masterpiece, right? I don't know, I think last I checked, I think they're like 200 billion, I don't know, million is the revenue, something like that. It's a big number. Don't quote me on that, but they're making a shit ton of money through this portal. Any guesses? There you go. I'm like, what? Any other? Yeah, there's an ad. What's an ad doing on government website? Multiple, yes. There's one ad here, one ad there, then the one chat bot here, and then the WhatsApp bot here. Then there's a lot of stuff going on in the top. And so many colors, so many colors. Think about all the colorblind people. There's no accessibility, literally nothing. OK, then I thought, you know what, I have to book the train ticket. There's no other option, right? So I said, you know what, I started typing the city name. It gave me this. Why didn't you ask me to log in before? I have to just search a train ticket. Maybe let me search the train. Ask me log in what I want to buy. There was this empty white area. I'm like, why? Maybe because I'm booking it from Europe. Maybe they have geo-targeted ads. But still, even if they have geo-targeted ads, if there is no ad being served, they should not even be there. And first of all, why is there even an ad on a government website? That's the question I would ask you. Logging should be on later steps. OK, now I started typing this. It says invalid user. So what happened was I filled everything, saved it, it reloaded everything, and then showed me invalid user. Super slow, clunky UI, took a lot of time. So something like that. It showed like this, and then invalid user came up. Then the registration page came up, which was also like a mess, and after that, I literally gave up. Now, I was still browsing on the website, and I was like, OK, it's in Hindi, by the way. I'll read it. On top, it says, Aaj ki deals, means today's deals. I'm like, deals on a railway website. OK, I clicked it, and it took me to an Amazon affiliate page on a railway website. Amazon affiliate on a railway website. How dash, dash, dash it is. And forget performance. We can't expect good performance here. OK, another good example. Other day, I was craving music for my own country, and I was like, oh, yeah, let me check out a music portal. It's a famous portal. They're making also a lot of money, called Ghana.com. At first, I thought they're not selling in Europe, but I saw that they have a European pricing. They're charging in euro. So I saw, OK, first thing I saw was two pop-ups. There's one pop-up and another pop-up on top. I'm like, OK, cookie consent, bring it on. Then I saw, OK, manage options, 464 vendors going to see my data. I'm like, OK, let me check it out. What are those? Then it showed me a long list. You can keep on browsing, and it won't end. 464 items, right? Then I was like, what is this legitimate interest? Sounds shady. It showed me this. Basically, what they're saying, it's in another way of them, give me your data. Legitimate interest. See how they phrased it. And then I was just browsing the website and somehow managed to go in the end, and I saw another thing, vendor preferences. I'm like, what's that? Another list. There you go. It's a long metric. I don't want to play, man. At this point, I'm like, I'll shut down the website. Yeah, just close it out. OK, I still somehow figured it out and passed it on. Then another pop-up. So I remember that I just gave a consent. It's asking to do another consent. I'm like, what's that? OK. I still somehow figured out, and I said, I don't want to give a consent. It says, your data will be deleted. I just came to the website. What do you mean by my data will be deleted? But I still figured out, and I'm like, OK, delete my data. I just going on, I'm just figuring out. Let's see. So I clicked on delete data. It says, we're going to delete your album. I just came to the website, not even logged in yet. Why am I seeing this pop-up? I still figured out. It says, asking my email. Why? At this point, would you trust this website? Right? That's the kind of reality nowadays. So, OK, and then I was like, you know what? Let me still try. I wanted to go at the end. I selected, and it says, please accept all. You sneaky. Why can't you do it in one checkbox? Why like 4 or 5 of them? And guess what? I still said, you know what? Let's do it. Let's just figure it out. See how many cookies it loaded. 252. And guess what? Did you notice? There was an ad throwing in the background. I didn't even accept it by that time. And it was showing me a relevant ad, like a server ad, because that's the thing I would probably browse. So it's retargeting me. And I'm seeing a relevant ad. So these are the kind of sneaky practices the websites are doing. OK. Yeah, so after doing all this, would you really want to listen to a song, right? No, right? No? Yeah? And mind you, they were doing European pricing, so it's not like they were not operating here. OK, so yeah, that's all, guys. Thank you so much for your time and attention, and hope you learned a lot. And if not, you can reach out to me later. And you can download the slides from the QR code here. And yeah, thank you. Oopsie.
Vineet, I appreciate your very practical and full of case studies presentation today. I wonder, do you have like a YouTube channel where you analyze this thing or no?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Do you have a YouTube channel where do you analyze websites as case studies? No?
Actually not. I would love to do it. So
that's very entertaining, you know. So yeah, we are short on time, but I still have a couple of questions for you. What do you think? The most common UX, UI mistake businesses make while building their websites?
Assumption.
Sorry?
Just one word, assumption. They assume that their users are going to act in a certain way. They don't talk to their customers. And that's the thing I would like to invoke here, guys. If you're building a website, if you're building a customer product, talk to them first. Run a customer interview. Ask them proper questions, right? Phrase out your customer persona. This is your ideal customer is going to look like. And ask them relevant questions. You can use ChatGPT for that. My customer is a 20-year-old student living in a city, ideal customer. What kind of questions I can ask? This is what I'm building. Ask them, and then based on that, start building the website.
Are there any cultural differences while designing website UI for different markets? So for instance, website for European and website for Asia.
Actually, cultural difference makes a lot. That's a very good question, and I'm getting it second time. Last time I got it in Varshats. So cultural difference makes a lot of difference. The thing is, OK, I don't know if you guys have seen Japanese websites. You've seen that, right?
Only ads.
So many ads. It looks like it's in 90s, but it's working for them. The Craigslist guy, the guy is making shit ton of money, and it looks like it's in 90s. It's working for them. So it all depends on customer also. People, for what's working for them, what's not working for them. It all matters for your cultural aspect also. And that's why I would recommend, whenever you're building, talk to your ideal customer, because then you get to idea, OK, this is how my ideal customer is going to look like, and this is what they're expecting. And then build that. Stop assuming. That's the message I would give for today.
Thank you very much, Vineet. We do have a presence from our sponsors today. Thank you for your time, energy, and shared to us expertise.
Thank you.
If you want to take a selfie, you can come here on the stage.
You also come?
OK.
Perfect. Thank you, guys.
Round of applause. Thank you. And now, guys, I would like to announce our last coffee break. Maybe it is a bit too late for a coffee, but as Italians say, for espresso, it is never too late, even after the dinner. This time, I would like to announce you to go downstairs to the main hall and stop by VP Bakery and Altum Host booths, because they will announce winners of the lottery and who will win a Lego set. So enjoy a cup of coffee, do some networking, and please come back 10 minutes to 5. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your host, Paulius. I invite you back to the main floor to continue with the rest of the speakers today. Welcome back, guys. I hope you had a productive break and you are still full of energy, made some new connections. And just a quick note before our next presentation, please ask questions to our speakers, questions that really matter to you. Go to slido.com and use hashtag WordCamp. And now, it's my pleasure to present to you our ninth speaker of the day. Meet Francesco. Italian entrepreneur and founder of Black Studio. With over 25+ year experience in web design, he builds accessible, secure WordPress solutions and shares insights on security, compliance, and sustainability. Today, his topic will be From NIS2 to Secure WordPress, a realistic compliance roadmap for small agencies and freelancers. Please welcome on the stage, with the warmest applause, Francesco Canovi.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me here in your beautiful country. It's the first time for me, and I'm really enjoying it. In the next 30 minutes, I'll talk about the NIS2 European Directive, which, after so many talks, interesting talks about marketing and design, I'm trying to win the prize for the most boring topic of the whole WordCamp, because I understand perfectly that compliance is not the favorite topic for many of you. But we have to deal with it, so I'm trying to help you in some way. I'll do my best to make this directive more practical for you with some tips and examples relevant for freelancers and small agencies. My name is Francesco Canovi, and I am from Italy. I am the founder and CEO of Lux Studio, as my presentation said, which is a very small agency in the northern part of Italy. I am in the business since 2002, more or less, so I'm not so young, and focused on WordPress since 2011, more or less. We are a fully remote team, and we have around 400 websites delivered and produced by us, and also hosted on our own infrastructure, hosting infrastructure. So we basically also do WordPress managed hosting. Whoops. I don't know if I can say that. But from my background, so you can understand that my background is technical and both entrepreneurial. I'm not a legal. So what I'm going to say is not a legal advice, but I have a strange interest in compliance. So it's some years that I do some talks and activities about GDPR, accessibility, and now also cybersecurity. What is NIS2? It's a European directive, which is the evolution of the first NIS directive, which we can now call it NIS1, which stands for Network and Information Systems. It's about the security, cybersecurity of those systems. The original directive is from 2016, so it's not new, and it was the first comprehensive European Union legislation about the cybersecurity, aimed to boost the cybersecurity across all the countries of the European Union, especially to safeguard the vital economic and society interests of the European Union. The new NIS2 directive expands this scope, which was before a matter that only, for example, energy facilities or airports, for example, had to care about. But the NIS2 expands this scope to many, many other companies, and imposing also stricter obligation and requires also stronger enforcement and security measures. The rationale behind this directive is to raise the cybersecurity resilience across the entire European Union, also on private and small, not so small, but maybe also, we'll see in a minute, also small companies. The focus of the directive is about risk management, incident reporting, supply chain security. Compared to the previous directive, as I have said, there are many, many changes. Now there are more sector includes. You have to consider that in Italy, only about a bunch of 150 companies were under the scope of the NIS1. Now it's estimated that we are 50,000 companies that are now under the new directives about cybersecurity. One of the things that is very also important is that now with the new directive, even the company top management has responsibility. This is a critical point because while previously executive might have delegated or ignored these matters because they say, okay, we are not accountable because we have an IT system, cybersecurity is a matter of them, but now, no, they are directly accountable for incidents about cybersecurity. Another change is that now there is a classification which divides the companies in so-called essential companies and important entities, essential entities and important entities, which based on where you fall, determine the specific measures that you must implement in your organization. And finally, there are more stricter deadlines for reporting incidents with an initial notification to the authorities within 24 hours in case of a cybersecurity incident. It's important to understand that the NIS2 is a European directive. It's not directly applicable regulation. This means that it must be transposed into national laws by each member state. Each state has to define its own competent authorities and also procedures. For example, in Italy, the competent authority is the Cybersecurity Agency. In Lithuania, in your country, is the National Cybersecurity Center, NCSC. This approach, in my opinion, can be a weakness of the regulation because it allows for different interpretation and implementation across the states, potentially creating confusion, especially for multinational companies that they have to face some slight difference. So it's the directive, in my opinion, it's not a really happy idea to make things in that way, but we have to cope with it. The directive was adopted on December 14, 2022, and entered into force in January 2023. And the deadline for member states to transpose into national laws was October 2024. However, up until now, many states missed the deadlines, and they are not yet ready. And that's why they are currently under infringement procedure from the European Union. But Italy and Lithuania did their homework, and both countries have our own laws making into force. As of today, only 14 of the 27 European member states have fully transposed the directive. You can see here the red states are the ones that still are behind the deadlines. European Commission is reviewing this, and it's expected that everyone comply within January 2026. So they have very few months. And then, every 2 years, the Commission will review the state of every single country. Who does NIS2 apply to? OK. As I mentioned before, the entities are designated as essential or important based on factors like the size, the sector, and criticality. About the size, the directive distinguishes between large entities, over 250 employees or 50 million revenue, the medium, from 50 to 2,249 employees and over 10 million of revenue annually, and the small micro entities, everyone else. A wide range of sectors are in scope compared to the previous directive, as I told before, including many of us, because looking at the table, it might seem that the small businesses, I know it's not really much readable, but the small and the micro entities, like my company, is in the third column. And even if I am very small, there are some specific categories that makes you an essential or an important or even an essential company under the NIS2 directive, independently of the size. For example, if you manage DNS, you are considered essential. In this case, for example, the term DNS service provider, in my view, is not very clear and it's open to interpretation. While it obviously applies to large providers like Cloudflare or Google and so on, it's not really clear if a small agency like mine, for example, managing its own DNS cluster, for example, for its client, for a few hundred clients like us, falls under this category. Some interpretation says that, yes, you are in fact doing DNS management, so you are an important entity or even essential entity. Additional, even managed service providers, which the name is pretty broad and generic, can also be covered based on the criticality of the service that you provide. And this brings us to another important aspect of the directive, which is the supply chain. Even if you are not directly classified as essential or important, you may still be bound by the NIS2, because the directive explicitly says that large clients that are under the NIS2 must use suppliers that are also complying with the NIS2. So, for example, if some of you have some big corporation that are under the NIS2, if you want to continue to work with them, you have to comply too. And this is, in my opinion, the most critical part, because this can drag many, many small companies into the area of the directive. If you don't comply, you may have to exclude you. They might have to exclude you as a supplier. This raises the question, is it too much for small businesses? We are not the only one asking this. At the European level organization, there are some European level organizations like ENISA, which is the European Union Agency for Cybersecurity, and also many small businesses associations that have raised concerns about this disproportionate burden that NIS2 could place on small businesses, especially if proportionally is not ensured. The key pain points, for example, for micro business include, for example, the 24-hour incident reporting deadline, which is difficult to meet without a dedicated security team, for example, or the requirement for an extensive formal policies like risk assessment, business continuity, etc., and the cost also for external consultancy. Some mitigation are foreseen, such as simplified toolkits from ENISA, and also various states are opening support desks for small agency. But in my experience, at least in Italy, it's not working very well up until now. I tried to contact them many, many times, but it's very, very difficult to have replies from them. So let's see now what does in practically needs to actually require. Answering this is harder than it should be because they directly consist of 72 pages of technical plus technical annexes, and it is deliberately broad and generic because, as I told before, they leave to national laws to define the practical details of implementation. And this has created a lot of confusion of what being compliant truly means. Reading the directive, you can see that the scope is vast. I'm not going to read everything there, but it's just to give you an idea. There are many areas that are covered, but two are the main areas: the cybersecurity risk management measure and the incident notification. The measure has to be taken for the measure, for example, the technical measures also include the supply chain security, cryptography, HR security, but we'll see in a minute more details. When I submitted the application for this talk, I think it was at the end of May, my intention was to provide you with my interpretation of the 72 pages directive, which I studied a lot in the past months. However, and I will say fortunately, toward the end of June, there was an important development. ENISA, the European Union Agency for Cybersecurity, released a document called Technical Implementation Guidance. It was specific for these two, offering its interpretation of the directive. It's important to note that this document is not legally binding, since even ENISA does not have the authority to issue normative directive. Nonetheless, it is certainly an extremely authoritative interpretation, and it will likely serve as a reference point for national authorities in shaping their own understanding of the directive. So I'm going to talk about the interpretation of the ENISA, also with my opinion on this. ENISA has broken down the requirements, practical requirements, into 13 core areas. Now we are going to see one by one. I'm sure that many of you are already attentive to cybersecurity, and many of you already have measures. There are many talks about it, about firewalls and about, for example, complying with hosting providers that have an infrastructure that is secure. But in my view, there is a key point that many of you probably oversee. It is the documentation. You have to do a lot of documentation because everything that you do now has to be implemented in the case of an audit or in case of an incident. You have to have procedures, and you have to demonstrate that you have procedures in place documentally. But before we get overwhelmed, remember that the NIS2 directive itself mandates that the measure must be appropriate and proportionate to the identified risks. So a big company is different from a small company because of money and also because of the complexity of the organization. And embedded in the directive, there is a principle of proportionality, which is very important to me because now we are seeing a lot of consultants that apply the same framework to every company besides their size. Giving a lot of pressure on small agencies because they make the dimension of their tools to big companies, and they usually cost a lot. You don't even need to pay someone external because it's not a certification. It's not an ISO certification where it's supposed that you use external independent companies to certify your compliance. This is not a compliance, okay? So let's take it into our mind. There are three main aspects that you have to do to comply to NIS. You have to analyze or assess your company, you have to implement security measure, you have to document everything, and inform your collaborators and clients. Let's look now one by one to the 13 points. This is the last part. The first one is the policy on the security of network and information systems. It's a policy. This sounds intimidating, but it doesn't have to be. You can start by creating a simple, even one-page document that outlines your commitment to security. Define who is responsible for what, even if it's just you. Finally, communicate this policy to your team and to your clients. For example, all client websites we manage must have HTTPS enabled. A firewall plugin must be installed. We install on every WordPress website. And we do daily backups, for example. Or Team X, if you have a team, is responsible for updating plugins across all the sites, while the team Y manages the backups schedule and performs monthly restores, and also check the integrity of the backups. Second point, the risk management policies, another document. You don't need also here a complex system. You can adopt a simple framework to identify what could go wrong and create a basic plan to address the most critical risks, like major plugin vulnerability or a server failure. The key here is to identify your biggest threats and review them regularly. For example, the risk one, a critical e-commerce plugin is abandoned by its developer, or one main client site is targeted by a brute force attack. And for each risk, you have to decide what to do. For example, if a plugin is abandoned, we have a 30-day window to find and migrate to a supported alternative. Or in case of a brute force attack, you install WordFence and enforce a strong password policy for all admin users. This is a policy you have to write down. If this happens, we resolve in that way. Incident handling. This is when an incident happens, for example, a website gets hacked, you have to define a clear way to manage it. How clients can, for example, contact you and say, hey, my site is defaced. You have, for example, to have a dedicated ticket system. And you have to document that you have it. And also, what is the procedure in that case? For example, I take a backup, I restore a backup, and then I fix the bug, for example. And also, how much is the time that you give yourself to do that? For example, 24 hours. And you have, they don't require to you 1 hour, 2 hours, 5 hours. It's up to you to decide. But you have to demonstrate that you have thought about it and you have a procedure for it. Business continuity and crisis management is for big failures. For example, what happens if your main server goes down? Even here, you have to create a simple plan for disaster recovery. And since this is very critical for your company, you have to perform also checks. You have to check periodically, for example, one time every 6 months, if your backup system is working correctly. Supply chain security, you also have to vet your suppliers. So if you are choosing to externalize your hosting to another company, you have to vet and write down why you choose that company and ask to that company the documentation to demonstrate that they are aware of cybersecurity. So you are a target of vetting, but you are the vetter if you have some suppliers. Security, network, and information system acquisition, development, and maintenance. It sounds complicated, but this is how we build and maintain our websites. Write down how do you develop. For example, you follow the WordPress coding standards, for example. Or you use a separate environment between production and staging while you are developing. And also write down the procedure that you have in place when you have to make an update to be sure that it doesn't break the website. So, for example, the update is done on the staging side, and then after some checks, I push it in the production side. Then you have to have in place policies for assessing the effectiveness of cybersecurity risk. How do you know if your security measures are actually working? You have to establish a simple policy for checking them. So you have to define how you monitor, for example, how many failed login attempts or plugin updates status. We use main WP, for example, to have a clear idea of how many of our websites needs update, in which plugin, and we can document that we check this every day. Number 8, we are almost finished. Basic cyber hygiene, practice, and security. Cyber hygiene, what is it, cyber hygiene? You have to promote good habits in your company, like using strong, unique passwords, run simple awareness programs for your client and for your team. Even a short email or a quick guide can be very effective because you can document them. If you have a new policy about passwords, send them to all of your team by email and write down the time and the date where you sent that email and keep it in your records. Cryptography, it's a specific request of the NIST 2. They say that you have to use the cryptography when it is proportionate. So data at rest, like backups, they should be encrypted. Of course, HTTPS for the data in transit, you have to use them. And finally, the keys of your encryption has to be conserved securely. Human resources are also a factor, a very important factor. It's about people and process about people. You have to define security responsibility in your job roles. So you have to talk with your employees, if you have them, and decide who is responsible for what. For example, John is responsible for updates, or you are responsible for checking the backups. Write it down and formalize this nomination in your contract with your employees. You can also establish a fair disciplinary process for security violation. Another thing very important is when someone leaves your company, you must have a procedure to delete all the accesses that he does not need anymore. Access control, it's about who can do what. Create a simple access control policy, apply the principle of least privilege, give users only the access they absolutely need. This is important also for clients. Don't give clients admin permissions if they don't have the capacity and the skills to really do admin stuff on, even if the site is there. Or at least put in your contract that you are no more responsible for the cybersecurity in that case. Use multi-factor authentication, for example, everywhere you can, especially for admin accounts, and review who has access to your sites at least once a year. Asset management. Know your assets. What are assets? Everything that you use for your work, from the laptop to the USB pen, to the external drive, to the server, to the software. If you use Asana, for example, you can store critical information on Asana or Google Workspace. You have to write down every tool that you use and establish how much is critical this to you in case of a failure. Last point is environmental and physical security. This is something that was also present in the GDPR, for example. You must be sure that your office is secure, that you have locks, that you monitor unauthorized access. And OK, this is mainly for data centers, which is very, very critical. I'm pretty sure that not many of you have their own data centers. But even your office or even your home, if you store, for example, I have a backup NAS in my home, and I have to document it, even if it's my home and it's not my office. I would have like to show you the documentation that I'm producing for my company, but I'm able only to show you slides here, and I cannot make you, but through my documentation, but if someone is interested, I can show with my laptop after my talk. But it's nothing more than simply Markdown files. I decided to use Markdown and not Word, Excel, or etc., because Markdown is more easy to manage with artificial intelligence, and I have a little giveaway for you. And also because I like, since you have to demonstrate that you keep your documentation updated regularly, I like to version the documentation on GitHub. So GitHub is for text files, and I use GitHub to store all my documentation. And so every single change that I make in my documentation, I can document in case of an audit that this is the evolution that my documentation had in time. So nothing special. It's plain English. Use your own words. It's not, there is no standard scheme that you have to follow. This is my little giveaway for you today. I decided to write for myself a multi-agent AI tool trained specifically about the 13 areas from ENISA. And this is an AI tool based on Cloud Code, but you can use also without other agents. But Cloud Code is, to me, the best solution because it can be multi-agentic. So I built this tool with many agents, each one responsible for different areas of the documentation. The first time that you, if you want to try it, that you use it, it interviews you and also asks if you have already some documents. You have to give to him or it the documents in Markdown formats or CSV. You cannot give it PDFs or something. And he checks all the information, and then he produces all the documentation at once. And then you can review periodically, and one of the agents is specifically designed to collect further information in the following sessions to update your documentation. It takes care also about an index, when a document was first created, secondly modified, what is your plan for future improvements. So if you want to try, I cannot guarantee it works for every one of you, but it's multilingual. You can work in English, but also in your language, because it's based on an LLM like Cloud Code. This is a little scheme of how it works, but I don't think really interesting for you right now. If someone want to contribute, because it's open source on GitHub, you can also make some pull requests if you want, and if you can make it better, I will be very glad to have started this for you. Thank you. Thank you for your strongness for this topic. Bye-bye.
Francesco, appreciate for your technical presentation. I have to admit I didn't understand the word, but actually you shared the tool, so that already answers one of our questions from slides. So is there a website or service that tests if your environment applies for the directive, you know?
I think that we'll soon see many of them. Someone in Italy started to sell compliance NIS2 tools, but I am a little bit skeptical because there is no real framework, so I'm not sure that they are okay now, but for sure something will follow.
Okay, and one more. Is there any sanctions that if someone fails to report an incident within a 24-hour period?
There are many sanctions. Intimidating. We are talking about millions. But the European Commission says that even the fines will be proportionate to the dimension of the company. And from my experience, also from GDPR, they are not used to check you, okay, this is the fine. They probably advise you that you are not compliant, that you made a mistake, please correct it, or we will fine you, but not directly. I hope that they maintain this direction, which is reasonable, of course.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Francesco. I appreciate we do have gifts from our sponsors.
Oh, thank you.
And round of applause goes to Francesco.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye.
And now, guys, as much as I don't want to close it, we do have our last speaker of the day. Meet Remkus de Vries, WordPress performance specialist focused on speed, security, and scalability, co-founder of Scanfully and host of the We Win WordPress newsletter and podcast. Today, his topic will be how to be taken seriously in WordPress. Please welcome with the warmest applause, Remkus de Vries.
Good evening, almost. I was warned that the lights would be bright, so they're brighter than I thought they were. Hi, my name is Remkus de Vries. I'm from the Netherlands. I drove here because I thought that would be fun. And that was fun until I hit the Lithuanian border. I do quite a few things inside of WordPress. One of the things is I have an agency. I've had one for 21 years. And over the last couple of years, I have been wanting to move my attention to a slightly different corner of the whole bucket that is WordPress. And one of the things that I'm doing is within WordPress, which, I don't know, just kind of curious. Does anybody know what that is? All right, that's okay. I won't take it personal. Within WordPress is what I am using as a home for my newsletter, podcast, courses, and there's a whole bunch of stuff coming on onto that domain as well. What my goal for today is talking about this particularly is that there's a way inside the WordPress community your voice can be taken more seriously than it currently is. And the example I'm giving here in the presentation for the next minutes is not necessarily about my newsletter or podcast, although I will be using that as an example. It's more about how can you find your voice, how can you be more heard, and you can use that principle on pretty much anything inside of WordPress, but also in your workspace. It's about how do I make sure that the thing that I want to convey, the thing I want to talk about is actually being listened to. So how to be taken seriously. So the serious part here is the word serious, because there's a lot of people making a lot of noise in the world of WordPress. And I personally think it's too noisy. And you may think, what does that mean, too noisy? For me, that's about, let's start with the media landscape of WordPress. There's a whole bunch of newsletters. There's YouTube channels. There's podcasts. There's accounts on X, LinkedIn, all of that. There's so many places where you can find information about WordPress, where people share stuff about WordPress. What I find too noisy is if you look at the information that's being shared, it's a lot of regurgitation of what's shared by somebody else. Meaning, how many of you have ever seen the post, the 10 best, newsletter plugins for 2024, 25, 26, the best SEO solutions for. And you see the exact same thing listed over and over, and you see the exact same winners all the time, but nobody's really telling you why it is better. Nobody's really taking a lot of effort into explaining the reasoning behind. We have a good example of a positive in that noise. Christian Taylor sitting here, he was having a conversation on stage a little bit earlier. He did a review of the customer support of hosting companies. Now that's a perfect example of taking a different route and highlighting companies, products, services, other than saying, oh, look, these are the best hosting companies, and these are the next best hosting companies, and we're basically copying from one media outlet to the other the exact same thing. I think that's too noisy because I think it's not adding anything. I think it's making us trust the information that we see, read, hear. It's making us very wary of like, yeah, sure, these are the best. What affiliate commissions are you taking? Or are you being paid to write this article for the favor of this particular company? And I think that's where we are missing some authenticity, which is why I started. My desire was to have a news outlet, meaning I'm one of those people that collects a lot of information, and I find it relatively easy to share. So I started, and mind you, before I started my newsletter, I had like 4 or 5 attempts in the past decade where I tried to find some consistency in producing content. Turns out producing content regularly is quite the challenge. So what I learned is this only works for me because I need to have a feedback system. I need to have a system where when I share something, people go, thank you, I like that, appreciate that insight. And that, for me, was the sole motivation of why I started the newsletter. I had some few iterations. The first one was called Remkus's Ramblings. And in hindsight, that isn't always the most positive way to look at I'm sharing information here. So I turned that into Inside WordPress, which I don't know why, but it started to irk me. And then I switched to Within WordPress, because I think the phrase, I'm working from within WordPress, or within WordPress we do this, we do X, it made a lot of sense in my head, and I started building that as a brand separately to my own. So, but the important thing here is I didn't start with a product, I didn't start with I want to sell, I didn't start with this is what I want to go to. I had one goal, I wanted to share meaningful information. And just to make this a little bit bigger than just a newsletter, some meaningful information can also be, here's a GitHub issue that I'm passionate about, or here's a WordPress support forum entry that I care about, have an opinion about, and I think people who are, you know, the person who asked the question, they should need to hear what I have to think about it. So I do a lot of performance work, and one of my favorite things to say, and I'll actually do a talk about that at WordCamp Gdynia in a few days. My favorite things to say is caching doesn't solve performance problems. Who here would agree or strongly disagree? Let's ask who strongly disagrees with that. Anybody? You do not agree with that? You agree. Yeah, and you should. Because caching is nothing more than the output of your website presented in a it's already rendered fashion. That's it. It doesn't make your site faster. It just makes retrieving the data that is representing of your site faster. But as soon as you are logged in, as soon as you are adding something to your cart, as soon as you are visiting the site via a newsletter tracking URL or any other version of track URL, you are looking at an uncached version of your site. Therefore, the raw performance of your site is still the raw performance. Now, for most people, when I say that, they're kind of offended because they're bought into, I need to have NitroPack, I need to have WP Rocket, I need to have W3 Total Cache. And when I have that, my site is good. So my goal was to say, if I'm starting, I'm also sharing this stuff. I'm also sharing the stuff that debunks this, that tells you how it really is. Same thing goes for security. And there's a whole bunch of topics where if you've dived into it, you understand there's more layers than all the information that you see. So what I did is said, proof matters. So if I'm saying this doesn't work, I'm going to back it up. I'm going to show you why this is the case. So my presentation in Gdynia will be about how do I present that indeed caching comes with cache hit ratio, meaning of the 100 times your site is being visited, how many times was it actually cached? And how much parts of that cached page were actually fully cached? There's a whole layer of things that matter when it goes to This is what I'm sharing. This is why I'm sharing. So what I learned is as soon as I had my third iteration, I was within WordPress, I started playing with what if I start instead of listing the thing that I think is newsworthy, what if I also add my opinion to it? Like, this is good, this is really cool, those are the easy ones. But here's one I think you all should read. And if you are building sites, this is the thing you need to fully grasp. You need to visit it. And I will, in some case, I will say, I will list it in the 3rd spot, and I will list it again in the 7th spot, because I'll go, did you just miss the one I shared up here? Because I'm telling you again, this is something you need to learn. Good examples are, we have some new APIs in the latest versions of WordPress. Has anybody heard of the interactivity API? All right, that's a good fair amount of hands. Most regular WordPress developers, those that don't come to WordCamps and those are just kind of using the platform, but whatever, they are really late in catching up on what is the new technology. So I make it my business to put that up front and make sure that you see that information. For me, when I started doing that, I had instantly, literally the first newsletter that I sent out with that particular format, I had 4 or 5 people replying to my email saying, this is it, keep doing it, keep doing exactly this. And to me, that speaks to authenticity. Double checking if I spelled that correctly. Yes, I did. And it's the authenticity that we resonate to the most. It's the authenticity in not only am I going out on a limb to make sure that I express my opinion, express my voice, here's what you also need to learn, and this is what you also need to be concerned about. But it's the authenticity is rewarded, because when you do that from a place of, I'm not necessarily here dropping an affiliate link. Mind you, there are affiliate links in my newsletter, but they're in the same place all the time, and all the other links are just tracking links. But I'm adding this because I've gotten feedback that this works. Now, when it's my newsletter and I send it to almost 2,000 people, it's relatively easy to get feedback. Excuse me. If you're commenting on a GitHub issue, it might be a different case, right? Maybe you just get a thumbs up, potentially a thumbs down, people not liking it, people commenting. Those things happen. But the goal is the same. When you're adding your thoughts to something happening in the world, and it really doesn't matter if it's just WordPress or anything else in life, the moment you start speaking from the heart and you are ready to back up if you have a follow-up question with the actual information instead of, no, it's because I just said so. That's the worst ones. We've all seen those comments on blog posts and issues and whatnot, haven't we? Nobody's happy when they see that. So for me, the authenticity is the thing that I strive for the most, which means sometimes my newsletter and podcast, you can sponsor those. Sometimes I get requests. Sometimes it's a hosting company that I know is not up to my standard. And I'll very politely thank them for showing their interest, but I will say no. There's plugins that I would never recommend you use on any WordPress site, which are some of them are quite popular. I will tell you, don't use them. So I'm not going to take money from the company that has this product, right? That's not very much about authenticity. So I'll tell them, thank you again for your expressed interest, but I'm going to have to say no. I don't necessarily explain why, unless they ask me, and I'll say, it's because of this, this, and that. And I've had 2 in the last 3 years that said, thank you for that. We didn't know that. And my focus is very much on the security side of things, on the performance side of things. So one of the things that I do when I create a new site, any site, is I measure the impact of every single change that I do. Meaning, if there's an update to a plugin, I want to know what the impact is of that. If I add a plugin, delete a plugin, change something in the theme, I want to know the impact. So I know certain things that work and don't work, because I see the milliseconds go from, 500 milliseconds, and all of a sudden the site loads in a second. And some of you will say, under a second, that's wonderful, but that's not the world I live in. I want that site around 500 milliseconds at best. So I know the difference, and I can explain the difference. meaning if I have an opinion, again, I can back it up. And you can say easy money, right? Why don't you just take it? But I don't care about easy money. Like, don't get me wrong, I never have enough, ever. Well, no, there's a limit, but I care more about being authentic, and I care more about the long game in terms of trust. I want you to trust me. And again, this all harkens back to authenticity. I'm going to point to Christian again. When he spoke about creating content, he highlighted the word authenticity quite a few times. And the reason for this is it works. It doesn't matter where you do it. It doesn't matter if it's in a video. It doesn't matter if it's on a post on Twitter or X or whatever you want to call it, or on LinkedIn. We've all seen the post on LinkedIn where you go, this is what happened with me over the weekend, and this is what I learned from it in work. And you go like, oh, get out of my face, please. That's because it's not authentic. It's very simple. We don't like that. So avoid the bullshit. That's the key in how do you get to be taken more seriously in WordPress. And obviously the WordPress part is in parentheses, right? It's in life. So avoid the bullshit means, stop with the copy and pasting of advice that you've read somewhere, especially with the rise of AIs. We all know what AI stands for, right? Artificial intelligence. Do you know that's a lie to begin with? Because there's nothing intelligent about it. The LLM descriptive is much better because it says it's a large language model. What it is learned language. And it understands that if a request is being done in this fashion, then it's most likely I need to answer in this fashion. But it's just language. It's just language. There's no intelligence. So this is why we hate recognizing AI content, because there's no intelligence, and therefore there's no authenticity in it. We've all seen the replies, like, again, on the social media platforms, you see the comments all the time where you go like, really? The 2 paragraphs of praise, but there's 1 critical note every single time for this account? How real is your answer? Let me just double check this person and click on the profile and go, oh, okay, I got it. That's AI. Somebody's using a bot, playing with, I'm going to game myself into authenticity. That's not how it works. Not at all. So avoid the bullshit. If anything, you want to raise the bar. You want to make your content so good that if the question of is this AI doesn't even pop up in their head. I had a funny example not too long ago where I responded to a forum post. And it was a very complex thing. And I was basically saying, hey, we're working on this, but I appreciate you reaching out, letting us know. And we're going to process this in the next release update. And I did too much of a job to make sure I wrote it perfect, because the first response I got, is this AI? So this is how fine-tuned we are in detecting bullshit. And this was me being offended, like, I'm actually doing my best here to not sound like an AI, but if you make it too perfect, it will look like an AI. So that's a good thing to understand. This is why a lot of YouTubers, they will add slight, small mistakes, mispronunciations and stuff inside their video, because we are so hardwired to wanting to correct that person, and for them it drives engagement. That's exactly what they want. But it's a good example of how your authenticity is something you need to be super aware of. What is my tone of voice? How do I talk? How do I back up? I'll give you another example. Another famous YouTuber besides Christian Taylor is Imran Siddiq. I forgot what his handle is, but Web Squadron, there you go. So about a month and a half ago, he published a video where he said, WordPress has become an echo chamber. It's very hard for us to be recognized for what we do and this and this and that. And he said, he was kind of saying all content creators in WordPress do the same thing. I agree with him. But then he said, all content creators. I'm like, hold on, I am a content creator as well now, and I do not do that. So I took in the time and the effort to leave him a comment, very lengthy one. Turned that into a blog post as well because I wanted to back it up, meaning I wanted to do more than just comment. I wanted to take the conversation outside of that YouTube domain and put it on my own site. And he read it, went to my site, read my full comment, and actually took the time to not only comment on that post, but also send me an email like, I really appreciate you doing this. I hear what you're saying, I get your points, and thank you for raising this point. And I then said, lovely, can we talk about this in my podcast as well? Which we did, which I published last week. And it's one of those examples where if you take the time to be authentic and think about the impact that you could have, then that's something you should do. It's also a subtle hint for anybody who has forgotten how to blog. There's this wonderful piece of software for you. It's called WordPress. Maybe you've heard of it. You can write blog posts in it, and you can publish them. People might see them. They may comment on them, but it's a lot of fun if you just start writing. We need that more. Avoid bullshit basically means you make sure that you are recycling whatever you read, but then with thought, and your own thought. And that's when the fun starts. So your opinion matters way more than you think. Your opinion is what we all crave. We all want to know about somebody. So my biggest gripe with the American culture, I may sound like I have an American accent. I'm not. My biggest gripe with the United States is when you go there and everybody's like, hey, how you doing? And I go, do you want the answer or do you just want me to conform to what you expect me to say? Fine, great, good, how are you? No, if I'm feeling like shit, I'll tell you. Had a really bad night. Didn't sleep too well, but I'm happy to be here. Just being honest. That is an opinion in formation. You're starting to have an opinion about, do I like this or not? Can I engage with this, yes or no? So for me, explain the things that are going on in your life as you're commenting, as you're conversing, because the more you do this, the more seriously you are taken, and the more your comments, the more your commentary starts to become valuable. And I can only drivel this down, and the more that I start doing this, the more feedback I got from people, mostly DMs, because we still find it very, I'm not going to say this in public, but I really appreciate you took a stand here. I really like that you said that. I like that you highlighted that person as well. Whatever it is, but whenever I do it, people love it. And I don't do it for clout. I don't do it because, oh, look at me. But I do it because that's what I would do to a friend. I would do the same thing. If you see a friend and they mess up or they do a great job, I'll tell them. That's how this works. That's how it should work. This is how your opinion becomes, it becomes a demand. It becomes something people want to have. Like, what do you think about this? And sometimes I don't know, and I'll need to think about it. I'll get back to you. And sometimes I can give you the answer immediately. So make sure that your voice and the taste that you have for things, make sure that they bleed through in what you say. And this isn't a call to have super lengthy comments. It's not about that. It's sometimes if you can say it in one small paragraph, perfect, do it. So what I ended up doing is I ended up adding layers. So when the newsletter was going right, people kept asking, why don't you do a podcast? And I had thought about it, but I didn't know people wanted to listen to me doing a podcast. So I added the podcast. And I got feedback from people. I like what you know about topics. Can you do more with that? I'm like, I suppose I could. Like, what would people kept saying, how about you do courses where you explain these things that nobody just apparently wants to cover, or where they rather would regurgitate what somebody else had said. So I added courses. And at this point, that's something that started without a plan, now has a plan. So I now know where I want to go. I want to turn this into a community. I want to add a live event. I want to do the whole thing, because I think we are looking for this type of content, and it's not just going to be my content for the record. So I don't think it's necessarily you all just want what I have to offer, but what I think you all want, and what has been confirmed to me, is that you like having authentic voices, and you like listening to people who are saying, this is how it is. Potentially here's some wiggle room. I know for a fact this is what it is, and you do the same thing with this. You learn from this. So after I kept doing that, I noticed that each step that I did, it was deepening the trust. When I send out my newsletter on Friday, I can just wait for the replies to the email to come in. Some will just say, that was a great tool, I wasn't aware of that, thank you so much for sharing. Some will say, dude, you really made me think about why I'm not using that, and instead are still relying on that solution. The more I kept doing this, the more I realized I'm building trust. And I didn't set out to build trust. I set out to be me, be real. Like, don't hide it. A few newsletters ago, I shared that I had a dental surgery, which caused me 3.5 months of absolute agony in my mouth, which headaches and blurry vision and everything that comes with it. And I share that because I think it's important for people to know what I was going through, why certain newsletters were not sent on a Friday, because I just couldn't. Like, the pain was too much. So it's not me about, oh, look at how sad I am. It's more about, we all go through this. So I'm showing my humanity. And you know, what that does is, like I said, it's earning trust. The most important thing in this is there's an attention trap. So it can quickly become about metrics or views or likes or any of that. I'm not saying that I don't care for them, but they're not my primary motivation. And I work hard to not have that be my primary motivation. And that means sometimes say, oh, you're such an attention whore. Like, not really, but if we're all lurking, are we actually seeing content? Are we actually seeing new insights? So I don't mind being in the spotlight, although these 4 are really, really bright. Really bright. But I don't mind it, because I know I've thought about what I'm going to say, what I have said, and what I will say. And if I don't know, I will think about it. That's the name of the game. So, the title of my talk is How to be Taken Seriously in WordPress. And I'm sure you're just waiting for, these are the 4 steps. So, start doing. It's not very difficult. It's a little anxious, sure, but it's not difficult. So the first step is engage. And I already said, who here is on social media and only lurks? Well, not me, but... All right, so that's about half. There can be some, maybe 5% of you is super introverted, but the rest can start sharing content, reply to stuff. So that's the first thing you do. The second thing you do is you learn from that interaction. You actually monitor, is somebody else commenting? Is the conversation going into the direction that I thought it was? Did I understand the original question or remark? Can I work with that? Do I need to play with my modality and how I respond? There's so much to learn from. The third step is engage more. Now, I'm a little bit older than most of you here. I jokingly say I'm almost 50, but the reality is I'm 52. When I was starting with WordPress is working really hard to get away from what I'm going to say is one of its strengths now. But you could have a blog with that. You could voice your opinion. And other people would come to your blog and they would comment on that. And we had a period, and I think this kind of, it hasn't ended, but it went really downhill, say 2015, 16, 17, which is around the rise of all of our close social media channels. They started becoming really big. And certainly the newer generation, Gen Z and whatever we call what came after that, I don't even try. Don't tell my kids. But they are not accustomed to having something that is their own. they consider their Instagram account or their TikTok account or their Snap account as the primary source of expression of who they are until their accounts get blocked, canceled, hacked. My eldest daughter got her Instagram account hacked about a year ago. And I warned her, like, all the stuff you think that is of value in that account, make sure you have a backup. You have your website, you can publish it there. She's like, I'm good. Until she wasn't. But to come back to the blogging and the sharing and the finding your voice and expressing your opinions, start blogging, people. It's super easy. It doesn't have to be 300 words. It can be 2 paragraphs. It's fine. We can do microblogging. It doesn't really matter. What matters is we start expressing our opinion. And I'm aware of how easy it is to have your opinion out there and other people taking a dump at your opinion. It happens to me as well. But I have one rule. I don't argue on the internet. If you want to argue me, stand in front of me. Most people go really silent. I don't know why, but maybe it's a size thing. I don't know. So step 4, switch from lurking to creating. It's just start small. Just show up. Start making your voice be heard. And, as you saw in the title, it's always a work in progress. I am a work in progress. We all are a work in progress. But our expressions are as well. There's a thing I think it's an American saying, Emma can correct me if it's not, but there's a thing saying like expression, hold on. I have strong impressions, but I hold them loosely. Something like that. You're not helping me here, Emma. I have strong opinions, but I hold them loosely. Anyway, fake Americans. The point is, be convinced about the opinion you have until you have proof that says otherwise. And don't fall in the trap that is, yeah, but science says. Yeah, okay, science covers this part, but there's so much we can't see. Just look at light. There's so much light on the left and the right of our visual spectrum, and yet we call this is what there is all to see. It's not. It's really not. So consider that whatever you're doing is always a work in progress, then life becomes much easier and more fun. And you will notice that you will be listened to. So it is your turn. Just start. It's very simple. Thank you so much.
Remkus, I truly appreciate your presentation today.
Thank you.
I believe that you touch really hot topic these days, and content creators creating for cash and implementing affiliate links rather than being authentic.
Yep.
And once you shared with us that some content creators on purpose leave a mistake within their content, I started scanning your slides for some grammar, at least mistakes.
They'll be in there, less and less so, but they're in there.
Okay. One question do we have for you? So your idea is really, how do you say, authentic, I will use your word, of community newsletter where you share authentic content with a true opinion. Do you think this idea of non-biased content creation could turn out to be an open source driven by the community as a network or as a platform where people or the community would be constantly validating opinions and reviews?
So I think the problem there is unbiased. We all have a bias. Some of those have really strong biases, meaning from the moment you are born, you are either pushed or pulled into a direction of how you think about things. So I don't think, if I understand your question in full, I don't think it's desirable as a community to have unbiased stuff out there. The only thing that comes close to being unbiased is this is what that API does, and this is what you can do with it. That's a very technical approach of information and content sharing that everybody can agree upon. But as soon as you start talking about implementing that API into either this or that, yeah, it's such a vast thing. That layer, I think we should leave to people as people, and the explanation, the documentation, and all that stuff. Because just a side note here, we need way better documentation in WordPress, way better documentation than we currently have. Shout out to Milana Chap for doing a lot on this part, but that is unopinionated stuff. And I think we should keep it in that realm, just limit it to anything technical that is just as is, nothing more.
Remkus, I appreciate for your effort and passion you shared with us today. And you drove right from the Netherlands today, right? You gonna go back tonight or gonna stay here in Kaunas?
So I stayed I drove from the Netherlands to Warsaw, spent the night there, then drove to Vilnius. But when I hit Lithuania, I went through the back roads, not via Kaunas. Okay. So let's just say I went from driving about 70 to I didn't dare go back past 20 because the roads were challenging. But I'll go back. I'll drive to Gdynia tomorrow, and then from Gdynia I drive back home in one day.
Okay. I appreciate for your time. We do have presents from our sponsors today, and round of applause to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And now, guys, as much as I don't want to close it today, but it is time for our official part ends tonight. Today flew by like a blink of an eye, and during the 10 presentations today, we learned so much, and without a doubt, we will be implementing some of the tips and tricks we've learned today within our businesses. We've expanded our networks, met new people, and who knows, might turn out into new business ideas and opportunities. As I say, you are always one step ahead to meeting your new possible future partner, so who knows? Before we close, I want to express my gratitude and thank to all the speakers who dedicated their time, passion, or shared with us their expertise today. I want to say thanks to you guys who stayed until the end, created this beautiful atmosphere. I want to thank all the sponsors who contributed to the event, all the volunteers who dedicated their free time and helped us with refreshments and other things and miscellaneous tasks and made us feel like home today. I want to thank photographers and camera crew who helped us to capture today's moments. Thank to all organizers who brought back WordCamp to Lithuania. And I want to thank you all again and share a round of applause to show our love today. And I say bye, but not goodbye, because WordPress here stays for 2 days, and I want you all to invite to tomorrow's WordPress Contributors Day. And now, it is fun begins. I want you to invite all to our after party that is hosted by Hostinger to share good vibes and conversations right until the midnight. Thank you very much, guys, and I see you in the after party with DJ and drinks. Enjoy your evening.